slow is what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me, that you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know. White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows is what we know. Gets too comfortable, no space for the tangible. We get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone when you're logging on? If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody, somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me, that you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I touch the sky. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh, we found a way, oh, true believer. Yeah, we're waking up. We found a way, oh,
And welcome back to the Willingness Invitational. My name is Willingness the Fourth, and we have, ladies and gentlemen, it is day 4 or day 5 for me. It is Championship Sunday, and we have the EU edition kicking off with Shoes Money Crew in Fourth Dimension. We've got Ocean, we've got Sim Babel, and man, it has been a wild weekend. And Ocean, I think you put in a double shift in the NA this weekend as well. So how are you awake right now?
That's a really good question. I worked 12 hours yesterday, and I think already now this is from 9 at a 9:30 call time this morning for collegiate broadcast in the UK. So this is like hour number 5 of today. So it's been a busy few days.
And what about you, Sim?
Well, I had a pretty good night's sleep. I mean, I was up just thinking about what good Overwatch we had last night, but other than that, I was out like a light, but super excited for today as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we saw most of our teams yesterday in the EU and stuff like that, but now we're down to our top 4. So the first match today, again, as mentioned, is going to be Shoes Money Crew versus Fourth Dimension, and then on the other side of the bracket, it's going to be Munich Esports versus Fifth Dimension. So that match is going to be going on at the same time, but we're going to get into this match pretty quickly here. So I'm going to let you two do your thing and be professionals, set the table for us and everything, and I will talk to you soon. How about that?
All right, we'll see you soon, Will. Thanks very much. Yeah, this is going to be a really good one. We have Fourth Dimension versus Shoe Money Crew. And Ocean, you keep saying on and off broadcast, this is not going to be as close as everybody thinks, right?
Well, it's not gonna be as far away, right? Because 5D and Shoes Money Crew played yesterday, and 40, of course, is supposed to be the upper echelons of the Dimension Crew. A very, very close community there between those two teams. So 40 should give Shoes Money Crew quite a challenge, and I think they know this. So they've brought Solar into the lineup today to play Hitscan. So they play more of the more important matches in Contenders Trials and, of course, Contenders over Speed. But, of course, both of their Hitscans are extremely capable.
Yeah, because they are, and we saw a bit of Spee yesterday, and he did not disappoint, just like you said, both very proficient artists when it comes to the Peacekeeper, and we're very likely going to see a lot of McCree as well today, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think we'll see a lot of brawl between these two teams. Although, Fourth Dimension, yesterday showing some like Zarya compositions. They look really, really good on those more diving compositions. In particular, on their defenses, Rialto was a brilliant, brilliant map for them. And Kings Row, they had a really strong defense as well. I would like to see their DPS on that Echo Tracer a lot more often. They were really, really strong on that as well. I feel like they definitely had a slow start to their opening series and our opening stream match yesterday, but 4Z very capable roster.
Yeah, they certainly are. And like you said, you highlighted the DPS there. I believe it's Dispersed, their Echo player, and what a player they were. Single-handedly carried that defense on Kings Row. I know there were a lot of moving parts, but they kept popping up in the kill feed. So it's going to be really interesting to see if SMC decide to mirror those compositions or if they are just going to run with their brawl and run down. And then it's really going to be, can Disperse find those picks when the tempo is just turned right up on them?
Yeah, it also depends, our Fourth Dimension going to take the brawl mirror matchup as well. We don't know what Fourth Dimension want to do here. We don't know what either of these two teams want to do yet. That's probably what we're going to figure out on our first map, right? Of Control. That's going to be a big scouting ground for both of these teams, and we'll see what will happen throughout the rest of the series from there.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's a good scouting ground, but at the same breath, I mean, if you're going to play Brawl, you're going to play it on Control more than anywhere else, realistically. So this could just be holding your cards close to your chest, playing one composition, and we spoke about it yesterday as well, that Control is almost one of those where you just go, oh, if we lose it, it doesn't matter. We'll just move on to the payload map. So it might be a case that 4th D just do take that brawl for the beginning, and then once they move on to those payload maps, so slightly bigger, more open spaces, they might chuck the Echo in there, the Wrecking Ball, the Sigma. I am so excited to see what both these teams pull out.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely interesting. And just a little reference, we have a unique map pool for this match. It's a best of 5 from now on. Just a little bit of insight. When we were doing the stream last night and we were heading into the round of 16 for North America, this map pool was selected by casters. Myself and Bullskunk selected this lineup, and it immediately brought a map 5 on stream. So if we have a screen, can we get over to the map pool now? Oh, we don't have a casting screen for that. Unfortunate. Never mind. Right. So the map pool, I'll tell you then. We're going to be starting on Oasis before heading over to Nambani, then Junkertown for Escort map, Volskaya Industries, which is my favorite map in the game, for map 4, and then map 5 will close out on the poll.
Well, there we go. I mean, yeah, a lot of open maps there, especially some of these control points on Oasis, as it does appear both teams raring and ready to go. As we did say, we do not have Spee in for Shoes Money Crew here. We do have the substitute, and I don't think that their real name is Nagaheka Oasis.
Yeah, no, that is Solar for Shoes Money Crew. They're going to be playing this fifth variant of the Brawl competition yet again, so they're going to be looking to play a little bit more aggressive and be a little bit more committed on their brawls. 4th Dimension, they're going with that bold diva yet again. They're going to be going for a little bit more of a pro competition with the dive element.
Yeah, they certainly are, and NKZ struggling to get around, but Disperse on this Echo looked so deadly yesterday. This point is about to be unlocked, and it seems as though 4th Dimension are forcing Shoes Money Crew back and uncomfortable. Sad will find Andre, however, but NKZ taking out Daned. A lot of burst potential missing now, as 4th Dimension do get the first cap. The ball comes from Shoes Money Crew, however, coming on to the point to try and claw this fight back, and with NKZ out of the mech, it's going to be a matter of time here. Not much to work with 4th Dimension, but Disperse going down and pressured out there from Solar with NKZ. The Diva going down as well. Picks are in favor of SMC, and it's a matter of time that this brawl is going to have a hard time dealing with the staggers that 4th Dimension are bringing to the plate.
It was a pretty good start for 4th Dimension there, actually, right? You got 25% on the point, got a kill, and it was just kind of waiting for Shoes Money Crew to finally find a target they wanted to go on to. They found that in Andrico, and once that Zenyatta went down, Shoes Money Crew found their momentum, and suddenly were just able to isolate targets very easily. And once they were able to do that, Shoes Money Crew in a really good position. 4th Dimension, they'll have a pulse spawn starting in the next fight, but other than that, they're slowly building up the stuff. Deadeye and Amplification is already online.
Yeah, and the slow, methodical, surgical approach from 4th Dimension here, biding their time and waiting for that moment to go, but they are in the thick of it right here. Alex feeling the heat there with the Discord orb lapped on top of him, forced out and back a little bit here, as Braven now looking to stick this. Pulse Bomb does go away and doesn't opt to go for it, as the duplicate from Disperse gets immediately deleted here, just shaken straight out of there, and the Transcendence and Valkyrie out from Froki and Andre respectively, as NKZ still forced despite that double support ult coming online for them. Disperse backing up and away, as Braven just poking here, who also invested their pulse bomb motion.
Yeah, I don't think 4th Dimension are really getting the opportunity to take the engagements that they want. Shoes Money Crew aren't rotating that often, so that would be the optimal play, catch them on rotation, but Shoes Money Crew playing quite stagnant, which might be nice for the Wrecking Ball, but isn't quite working on it. 4th Dimension unable to get the engagements they would want.
Well, the Diva Bomb is really going to force it here, but NKZ not finding anything with that there, and that's just another ultimate expended that doesn't get a kill. Now, on the other hand, Solar finds Disperse. Froki forced to use that Resurrect to keep him in the fight, and we do approach the 90% mark here. Blizzard down from Dana, doesn't net them all that much here, as Braven will fall again to Solar, so deadly with that Peacekeeper, and the self-destruct online for Alex, now trying to hound down Andrico, will find the kill with the aid of Dana. That's overtime as well, and truly hero ways.
Yeah, Application Matrix online, self-destruct online to Shoes Money Crew as they try to finish off with Disperse. and Rob is close to their DPS ult.
Yeah, well, the duplicate is online and it's desperation hour now for Fourth Dimension as Shoes Money Crew looking really comfortable on this point, just finishing up the final staggers. And Shoes Money Crew, as much as Fourth Dimension got off to a good start, once they were planted on that point, they were going nowhere.
Yeah, 4G, they had a good start, right? But unfortunately, Shoes Money Crew, once they kind of knew what they were up against, knew exactly what they had to do, they were in a lot more comfortable position. 4D, I wonder if they're going to try and catch Shoes Money Crew off for the first fight again here. But Shoes Money Crew, I feel like, will be in that situation where they know that this composition might come out and will be able to react a lot faster. So Fourth Dimension might not get the same sort of start that you would expect with these compositions going against each other.
Yeah, surely on this particular point of Oasis, you're gonna see the brawl coming out from Fourth Dimension. And I think that's the sensible thing to do. That being said, Julo and NKZ, they are going on to the Bull Diva here. Not going to have a lot of space to work with as SMC already on the point. Surround and Conquer going to have to be the order of the day if SMC are going to get dislodged. But look at the map control. They've taken Ocean as Danet already taking out Dispersed here, and Froki caught in the back with a Doomfist. Disaster for Fourth Dimension, and Froki pulls out the Glock onto Danet, who's struggling to finishing it off, does do so, but Julo trades that back. That being said, the point unlocked, and SMC pretty comfortably wrapping that first fight up.
Yeah, pretty simple engagement for SMC. They knew exactly who they wanted to go on instantly. However, Danet not here for the start of this fight, which means SMC's committed engagement that they want to do won't happen immediately. So Fourth Dimension will have a little bit of space for free. They also lose Braven early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the free space gone, as now Danet is back as well. So the 5v6 that Fourth Dimension were hoping to fight is now a 5v6 not in their favor, as SMC can just sit on this point and say, we're going to wait for you to come to us.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They don't want to be rotating, because if they do rotate and something goes wrong, they're going to get caught off guard by Julo and Disperse instantly. So staying stagnant and just waiting their time usually isn't the right thing, but in this composition, in this matchup, is a pretty good idea.
But then, yeah, Danet just finding that kill onto Andre, just slowing this down again. Andre will get revenge and resurrected here as Danet falls to NKZ in a pick. All the Pokemon eaten there as Braven will get taken out by Solar. Disperse finally deals with that McCree and finishes them off, but very scrappy fight breaking out here. Hades in a spot of bother and in trouble. Sab pumping all resources within as he lands a Shadow Finds to Disperse. Goes with that duplicate onto the Lucio, perhaps not the target they were going for, but might have a sound barrier to boot for this fight. Only catches two as this fight just breaks down into chaos here. Julo caught in this small room with a big German man as Hades barrels forward into the spawn of Fourth Dimension.
Yeah, I don't really think there's much talk for Fourth Dimension, but if they can get a fight going right, they just need to get into the fight. They'll have two support ultimates and two tank ultimates to work with, so they have the tools to win this next fight. Can they even get a fight ready to go? That's the major question.
Yeah, and with Disperse using that duplicate in the less than ideal situation, you're down an ultimate that you might want back. Transcendence and the Valkyrie out again from Froki and Andre there as the mines are lapped along the point. Danet having a 1v1 with Draven here as Andre and Froki both get traded out here. There are no supports available for Fourth Dimension as NKZ goes for that Miracle Bomb, doesn't net them anything, but Hades feeling the heat on the point as Fourth Dimension look as though they're flipping this round in the heat of the chaos.
Yeah, but they have to use both support ultimates to do so. This next fight, they'll maybe have to just rely on their DPS to get any sort of value. And Julo's already running low, and the tactical advisor's coming in from Solar for his free space. Yeah,
Solar wants to use this to zone it out and flip the point, which is sensible. But with no resources, this is just a matter of time until it's flipped back. That being said, NKZ will fall here, and Hades is back with this shatter. Dangerous! He tantalizingly pokes around the corner, drops it down, and overtime is just a matter of time at the moment. Beat the seal the deal for SMC as Froki on the Lucio staggers onto point. Overtime just being kept alive by Fourth Dimension, but SMC are planted on the point and they ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
That's really well played from SMC again. A little bit of a sloppy start, some team fights, you know, whatever, right? But every single time there was an opening, we mentioned this yesterday when they were playing against Fifth Dimension, every single time there's an opening, SMC are going to take that opening. And I think that is maybe the difference between the top contenders teams and maybe those top open division teams that also trials level teams, right? Where maybe they are able to spot those extra opportunities to come in for an engagement. And Trico was constantly being pressured by Danid, for example, right? And Danid was getting a lot of those opening kills. Yeah, maybe getting traded out, but that first kill is so important when you're playing that Brawl composition against something a little bit more pokey, something a little bit more divey. That first kill is so critical, and Danid deserves a lot of respect for it.
Yeah, really. And we have to shout out Solar as well there, who, like you were saying, the difference between these top contenders team and top OD teams, that is a fight that most players, I would imagine, would not use their ultimate in. But Solar had the confidence. They know the game in and out, and they know that if they get a pick or two with their ultimate, or even just flip that point, it turns the pressure onto Fourth Dimension to have to touch the point, and that's not where they want to play. The Wrecking Ball and the D.Va want to be surrounding, only just touching the point if they absolutely have to. So really good insight from Solar to use that tactical visor there to pressure out the point, find the kills, and by that point, Hades was back with that shatter, and it was just, there was nothing that Fourth Dimension could realistically do there.
Yeah, and something that's interesting to me is usually when I'm watching broadcasts and I'm playing the game myself, and also watching casting these matches, right? I'm usually looking for teams to be proactive, always making that opening move, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what 4D were doing, right? However, this was a masterclass in SMC on how to play reactively, right? Usually, you're playing reactively, you're always one step behind, and you're always having to make a couple of extra decisions, and the more decisions you're making over what you typically tend to make more mistakes, but they're not making those mistakes, and they were playing reactively very, very well and adjusting to how 4D are just struggling to find those opportunities that SMC are really capable of finding.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that it is that situation that you don't really want to be in, and any coach will tell you, play actively, proactively, not reactively. But what Shoes Money Crew did was they forced a composition that didn't want to go toe-to-toe with them to get right up in their business. And it made Fourth Dimension uncomfortable. You could see that once the pile driver came in from the Wrecking Ball, there wasn't that much of a timing that clicked for them that allowed them to find a good pick, whether it was Disperse on the Echo on first point, or whether it was Braven with the Tracer coming in for a follow-up. They just couldn't quite time that engagement properly. And Shoes Money Crew were so tightly knit as a unit that there was always going to be peel, there was always going to be healing. I mean, it's an impenetrable fortress for them to break open Fourth Dimension. I think they struggled, but like I said, it's control. That's where Brawl is going to be more dominant. But we're heading to Numbani, where that is not going to be the case, Ocean.
What I feel will help Fourth Dimension here is it's not control, right? So particularly on Fourth Dimension's defense, we're currently on SMC's defense right now, but Fourth Dimension's defense later on, that's where SMC have to move around the map, right? That's where they have to start rotating. And that will automatically give Fourth Dimension a lot more openings to catch them on rotation, give them a lot more openings, or a lot more basic openings that everyone can understand for them to go and get that Echo involved, get that Tracer involved, and maybe get some kills. And that might be a little bit more comfortable for them. Now on their offense, they've got to deal with defensive Bara from Danid. So let's watch Disperse and Danid in the air. Both of them will have resources from their main support, so that's a jewel to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I mean, the Echo from Disperse could deal with Danid single-handedly if they do not position well, but when have you ever known Danid to overextend? Been very solid this whole tournament here. Just gonna play around this coastline, and in this choke right here, pressuring out, and will find a pick immediately onto Andre on that Ana, which means the only Mercy healing available for Fourth Dimension as Danid is happy and in the air. Disperse, however, going to work themselves, will get Resurrect onto Sab, who did fall to the right click of Disperse, and that's just going to be a reset for Fourth Dimension.
Yeah, when 4D came into that fight, they kind of looked like they didn't know what they were coming up against. They didn't know the Pharah was there. They didn't know the Winston would be poking top right. I feel like, you've got an Echo, you've got a Tracer, you can scout, and a D.Va as well. You can scout, or you didn't have a D.Va at the time, but you can scout a little bit. Scout out where your opponents are going to be, and then make a quick team fight plan around that, and then go in for that team fight. They kind of seemed a little rushed there, didn't really know what they were going up against.
Yeah, well, now they are, and like you said, the swap onto D.Va from NKZ just allows a little bit more of this high ground contest to come through slightly more freely, as Solar taking out Froki there, gonna mean that Disperse is playing a lot more passively. The Nano onto Julo, but Hades is in the backline here, and the peel has got to come through, so no forward momentum for Fourth Dimension, and SMC are having to pick up the pieces and find the kills to hold this down. A pick may come through for 4th Dimension here. It does indeed do that, but numbers are thin for 4th Dimension, and SMC are just going to be on cleanup duty here.
Yeah, they've got the respawn advantage. They've taken down the D.Va as well. However, giving it an on Bonnie, that's pretty significant, right? Because the distance from that first spawn to first point, you know, it is quite difficult to gain. So, 40 on their defense, which will favor their playstyle more, might be able to get value out of that. But now it's what they're up like. What can they do? What can they plan? Well, Disperse is planning a kill on the down end.
Yeah, and that's the perfect way to open this up. The pressure from the heavens is no longer there, and now the duplicate gets slapped as Disperse leaps onto Zab there, who's unleashed a nano now, but Julo is in the backline as well with this Primal Rage, a dueling angry monkey on the field. Both Anas get taken down with the Primal Rage, and the duplicate from Disperse doesn't get much. SMC are holding this still, despite Julo kicking and screaming in the backline, taking out Andre, and this is another reset, but a second tick acquired for them.
Right, yeah, so it's 2 ticks, right? Again, Nibani a difficult first point to capture. However, this last fight, probably, because 1 minute 15, long time to set up, this is probably your last real go at it. You're going to have a Valkyrie to get yourselves into the fight. However, Danid, Alex, once we get into that mid fight, you're going to be able to get their Graviton Surge, large combo off, and that might be deadly. That might just destroy 4th Dimension's hopes at Nibani.
Could, but look at the pressure that Daned's under. He's forced to use this barrage, and it will pick up one, but he's traded out. Disperse has got his number and is right on top of him. Hades, however, will take out the Ana once more. Andre falling here, and this is close to call. Daned back on the field, however, but Julo going to town. Sab will fall, but Daned, once again, time and time again, will find the picks. The Graviton Surge to seal the deal here, but there is opportunity for a reset.
Yeah, they'll have one more chance, but it won't be a strong fight, right? You'll maybe be able to nano in a Winston and then go hyper aggressive in on that and maybe get a duplicate off. That's really all you're gonna have, and I guess Choose Money Crew don't have much to deal with up themselves. Maybe both support ultimates might be online, but I'm not sure how much value they're gonna get.
Yeah, they've also got the Primal Rage from Hades, so they are looking better, but the Nano Boost goes on to NKZ here, presumably to shut down the Pharah, who gets the Nano Boost in turn to keep them alive. A beautiful exchange of ultimates happening here. Valkyrie out from Johnny as well as Hades has that Primal Rage, takes out Froki on the Brigitte, and numbers once again are thin. Hades taking out all members of the support line for 4th Dimension as Overtime is here with Daned picking up a bunch of kills themselves. Sab getting involved, and Overtime is down, but not just drawable for 4th Dimension. They pick up those 2 ticks, and it's not done just yet here on Mumbai.
Yeah, it's good. This defense is going to favor their playstyle. It's going to force Choose Money Crew to move around the map a little bit more. Of course, when you're rotating, it's easier to get caught out. Although, one thing I have to say, I'm kind of watching the off-tanks of this matchup. I think NKZ's struggling a little bit. I think NKZ is a very talented off-tank player. However, wasn't really getting active, wasn't really confident enough to get into the DPS's faces, right? You kind of saw that Daned had a lot of room to work with on that far, and that made things difficult for Disperse in turn. I would like to see NKZ play a little bit more confidently, right? Just launch self-destructs in the air, seeing if you can get kills. Maybe try and get in the face of Daned to make things easier for Disperse. I think NKZ just needs a little bit of a confidence booster to get themselves back into this.
Yeah, very possibly. And I mean, we saw how low Disperse was actually getting Daned on that Pharah. If they had a little bit more in sync mentality from NKZ, they might have been able to get a couple more kills onto them who was on that Pharah, but not anymore. Daned, Genji coming out. Oh shit.
Ooh, I'm not sure I like this. However, I mean, one thing, you do get that very clear win condition, but it kind of feels like Choose Money Crew might be playing with their food a bit.
Yeah, very possibly, as Danit goes a little low, forced out and back just into this middle street area. Not much to work with or to speak of right now, as they're just posturing up. They want to take this left-hand side. Good idea here, Ocean, or...?
I mean, what are you going to take this left-hand side with? Maybe get a better sightline for your Zarya to get into the fight as well, and more bubble angles for your Winston, so I guess it allows Hades to play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it does, but with Danit going down, that Genji missing, and only 21% on the ultimate after almost a minute, you're probably looking to swap off that Genji, as Sab falls as well. Julo holding down the fort as Solar is on Solar's Wild Adventure at the moment in the backline as 4th Dimension clean up SMC there.
Yeah, Donnan staying on the Genji here. I don't agree with the pick entirely, but I think if you are going to play Genji whatsoever, you do have to commit to, of course, try and build up that Nano Blade combination, which can be extremely deadly, right? So that's how Shoes Money Crew are deciding to play this. They're going to commit to the Genji. Again, not what I would personally do, but I do see the logic behind it, and 86% to the Primal Rage, still getting some value, and will be able to get faster up to that with Zab using Nano Boost.
Oh, what a sleep onto Solar there, as they will be picked up by Braven right in the backline, ready to go. Hades, however, does have this Nano Boost on top of them, thinking that Nano Blade not going to do all that much. Hades picks up a second kill here, but Froki clapping back and taking out Dan, and Hades doing God's work at the moment here. Almost finds a third pick themselves, and the main tank for Shoes Money Crew wants to keep going and will use this Primal Rage to disrupt the defense as Disperse, trying to focus him down, get rid of this angry monkey. The duplicate now online for Disperse, who is in deep on the backline with this Primal Rage, basically ready to go already. We'll let that loose and force Shoes Money Crew back into their own spawn, absolutely stuffing them in there, and all of a sudden half the time bank is gone.
Yeah, however, Graviton Surge is online and ready to go. That's going to be the opening Shoes Money Crew looking for. And then the Dragon Blade counterpoint. They've got a kill on the Froki as well.
Yeah, Froki going down and Braven also falling thanks to the rally of Johnny keeping everyone alive. Danad way in the backline here, and that might just swing this fight for the defense. That being said, with Julo and NKZ falling here with Disperse to follow, this is looking dangerous, Ocean.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be it. I don't think anyone can come out and touch it. Draco is the last remaining member. Shoes Money Crew take the Bonnie, but it wasn't as conclusive as the tales told.
Yeah, but I think you are right. I think Danid on the Genji is very much playing with Fourth Dimension a little bit of an ego pick, maybe, to say, look, we don't need Echo to beat you. We can play Genji and beat you. But that map was all about Hades. You can see it right here. The effort that the main tank did here was incredible, to be fair.
Yeah, and I feel like there is a little bit of a tank difference building, but that is not to say NKZ and Jula are pretty good tank players, right? They probably belong at least in contenders trials, and maybe, bidding for that 8th place in contenders slot, right? Because I think they're very, very strong. I feel like NKZ just needs to be a little bit more gritty, get onto the DPS, provide that space. I think Julo, honestly, once that happens, will be a little bit more free, and then once Julo's playing with freedom, like he did yesterday, will pop off. It's guaranteed, right? You saw Hades, how much freedom they have. They just randomly launch a Primal into the fight and get value, right? When you have that freedom as a main tank, it feels amazing.
Of course it does. That being said, it is match point here for Shoes Money Crew. We are going to go to a little break before we go to our third and possibly final map. Can Fourth Dimension turn this around and reverse sweep? Find out on the other side of this break.
Write your names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. Take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire. An empire.
It is map point here for Shoes Money Crew. They are 2-0 up in the series against Fourth Dimension here in our winners finals. And it's Junkertown, baby, so no brawl from Shoes Money Crew, Ocean.
Yeah, and it's a time for Fourth Dimension to try and prove themselves, express themselves, and get back into this map. We've got a little bit of a different map for you. Very, very poke-based maps. Both these teams looking to up with very highly poke-based compositions. Fourth Dimension, double shield offense for them with double sniper as well. This is very much Times of Old and a very poke-based support line as well. Froki on the Brigitte to make sure Dry Coat is safe. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Froki just going back to that Baptiste just to add some more raw firepower to this lineup. As both the Hog from Hades is interesting here, Ocean. Do we like it?
I mean, Hulk Sigma was a composition a little bit ago. Hulk Pig Sig composition, and main tank players do typically play the Roadhog there, so Hades will play this before.
Yeah, NKZ getting pressured off that high ground with a nice hook from Hades from point blank range, no less, as Daned already getting his hands dirty, picks up the main tank, Julo there, the Orisa missing now, gonna be slightly more difficult to deal with, but Braven finds a beautiful pick there onto Solar, as the pressure is on Daned as well, who's discorded, and has that Venom Mine on top of him, will fall to Braven, dealing with both DPS of SMC here, forcing SMC back into a corner. They're gonna get a recontest, but it's gonna be iffy.
I love point A Junkertown just for this reason. The Widowmaker Jules, Braven has a chance to prove themselves, and this 4 lines down late for SMC, which means, guess what? They're not gonna get another fight on point A.
Yeah, and you said it's a chance for Braven to prove themselves, but all of those secondary late stagger kills were not from them. It was Disperse picking up a kill themselves, and Julo also having their time as well. Its first point is unlocked in the blink of an eye. Hades now onto the wrecking.
Yeah, this seems like there's something more when this double shield is going to try to move forward. That's when Hades is going to look to points. That's when Sab, Danit are going to get involved. But still, this Genji pick from Shoes Money Crew, I'm not sure on it, but at least this Rocky Ball will provide a couple more opportunities for Danit to get in.
Yeah, it means that Danit has someone to go in with them, which is certainly something that just makes sense on paper. Hades with a pile driver catches 5 members, but the Gravitic Flux out from NKZ catches that Mercy, and Danit on the Genji here in a spot of trouble, as this payload has no intention of slowing down with Disperse, taking out Solar as well. Very well played from 4th Dimension to restabilize when that Wrecking Ball came in.
And they only really needed to use an Amplification Matrix and a Gravitic Flux to do so. This next fight, they're going to be able to maybe combine a Dragon Strike with a Hold at the start of the fight, and then they're going to have that Supercharger, which will bring up that Gravitic Flux, bring up that Amp Matrix, and that means they'll have an never-ending cycle of ults.
Danit's Narnia, but he's got his blade out and he wants to slash it. He's 32 HP though, just about grabs the mega health pack before he falls, and that's maybe enough distraction for the Shoot Money Crew to restabilize, but with the Dragon Strike coming out, Hades will fall. Danit clapping back and finding that Hanzo kill here. 5v5 with the Resurrect on Hades. That's a pick in the favor of the defenders here. Shoes Money Crew with the aid of a Transcendence here will keep hold of this for now, but with Danit falling there, that's not the cleanest fight that you would have liked to see.
Yeah, it's all clean, however, what a fight in a Genji competition is clean, right? You know, you've got the blocks there for the next fight. If you can keep Alex alive, which you can't.
Yeah, Late's kill there onto Alex is a little bit rough, as Froakie will go down though, and the Resurrect is onto Alex. Not the most disastrous thing to happen. Julo finds himself a little too far forward there with the Harmony Orb and the Discord Orb on top of him. Will be forced out with 60 HP there, and just a moment to breathe and assess what's just gone on.
Yeah, Sab is going to get control of this high ground, however, Alex doesn't seem interested in playing with him, however, will play with the Soldier 76, who will get 3 angles and get a kill onto Froakie. So this is a nice setup for Shoes Money Crew, a nice little break for them before 4th Dimension get going again. They're going to go over to the pizza to try and help transport and Draco around the map and get those better disco balls.
Yeah, and this Gravitic Flux Online did open up the fight last time from NKZ, so let's see if he can do it again with Solar. Like you said, free reign on this high ground is just going to be able to chip down Froakie as they try and cross by and get to this payload, with Danit falling to Braven on the McCree now, though. That is another thorn in the side removed for 4th Dimension. Braven now wants to go up onto this high ground. Gravitic Flux from both Sigmas here, and Sab will fall. Shoes Money Crew looking like the defense is a little thin here, as NK said, will get taken out though, and Naga finds a pick of their own, stabilizing barely just here as Hades goes for that mega health back. Julo will fall, and the defense stabilized once more. Danit falling yet again on this Genji. I mean, it's I don't like it, Ocean. I don't like it.
I wish we had stats on this broadcast. I want to see Danit's stats for 10.
How many deaths?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna have a chance next time to prove himself with this Dragon Blade. You can maybe like a Discord or one of the back marker targets. Maybe have your Sigma transport the Zenyatta to get better Discords, and of course you can have that damage boost from Johnny. And maybe, just maybe, Danit can get something done with this Genji. It's gonna be difficult though, and Draco still has that Transcendence to counteract.
Yeah, and pretty happy to just poke right now. Just whittle down this clock as Danit just throwing his shurikens down into alleys, see what he can do. Disperse, however, finds themselves around the backside, and Hades, who is half HP, is going to get pounded by Disperse, who backs up. The Braven High Noon, however, comes out from a wraparound onto the high ground from 4th Dimension, forces the tactical visor out from Solar here as Johnny will fall. Braven does die as well, and Daned has this blade out, but will get shield bashed, whip shot, everything, and does not find a final blow, and forces Sap to step up to the plate and find a pick right there. There is a brawl breaking out for this high ground position on the stairs, and Solar is going ham on this area of the map.
That fight had started so well for 14. It was got really strong Deadeye with a really strong rotation. Just didn't quite work out, and it seems that after that Dragon Blade just is giving up. Got over to the Jug. Well, to mention though, they have an opportunity here in this next fight. Look, they've got 4 ultimates online. Braven's gonna try themselves on the Genji as well. Both support ultimates online, so keep an eye on when those support ultimates are used for the offense.
Oh, well, Braven doesn't get to charge very much of his ult as Danit drops a mine from on high and finishes him off, and the DPS from SMC. Now that Danit isn't on the Genji, are looking pretty good as overtime is here. The mines come down from Julo, the Gravitic Flux as well as Hades is in the backline, hounding out Andre there, who's in trouble. Danit gets the resurrect, and Alex will find a pick onto his Sigma counterpart now as the Glock is out from Johnny. Finds a kill onto Julo as well. Braven comes back, but the overtime is out, and that is where the payload will stand.
Yeah, I mean, she's running her really poor point, and they got kind of, well, dispersed upon, no pun intended, on that point. Diane didn't really get anything going, but once they got to point B and they were able to establish some good positioning on the high ground, take some different angles, and bring the players into rotations where they could be more effective. For example, they could bring Sab into more aggressive positions for better disco dubs, etc. And although Dana got absolutely nothing on the Genji, Dimension's backline was quite passive, right? You never really saw Frokin and Trico get into the fight, and maybe that was because they were scared of Danage. Although I severely doubt that. I'm just trying to create a narrative that might allow for Danage to play that Genji some more.
No, I see, you've got to learn some casting lingo here. Getting nothing done, what we say is that Daned struggled to get into the fight. So Daned really struggled to get into the fights there on the Genji, but now Sola wants to have a go, and he's on this Genji with Hades and Alex on this double shield.
Yeah, I got Baptiste as well, so they're just going to be poking and waiting for the moment to send Danit in on the Doomfist with the Genji as well. It's going to be double DPS dive into the backline, I think.
Oh yeah, and it just completely deletes Andre there, who didn't really stand much of a chance from Danit's rollout. He will get traded, however. Not much shield break to offer from Naga, but Nada's not if he can just dash through those shields and pressure out Raven, who is forced all the way back here. Disperse and the gang are contesting the payload, but they are finding themselves in a small room and being surrounded. 4th Dimension are being completely conquered right now by SMC with Alex and the wraparound, and Daned doing what Daned does best and punching things.
Yeah, they just kind of get like punctured in between the two tanks of Shoes Money Crew. I think that's where the extra experience comes from. When to take these off angles as an off tank, when to pressure your opposing main tank, what angles you need to take and how you're going to pressure your opponent. That's what Shoes Money Crew are having a masterclass in right now.
Yeah, and look, NKZ is already in stall mode. Went to the Wrecking Ball, they really don't want to give up this first point, but with Hades and Naga picking up kills, that's 3 for Solar there. They do not have a single chance of holding this down, and Braven's going to be taken out as well. 5 minutes on the clock to not even get to the final point.
Greetings.
Yeah, not great. Right, before to mention that, I didn't really get too much conclusive team fights on point. And they did get a little bit of time off the clock while loading, of course, well, Shoes Money Crew is setting up for different rotations and such. They're now switching over to a little bit of a more difficult poke competition that's going to aim to harass Shoes Money Crew, but it is not having any effect.
Yeah, well, Shoes Money Crew are taking a fight right at spawn, but the Wrecking Ball for them, Julo, is holding the payload, so it's not moved at all since this fight broke out. And sure, Shoes Money Crew won that fight, but a good stall coming through from Julo will mean that there's still 2, maybe 3 more fights coming in here.
Yeah, but look at this for Shoes Money Crew, right? You just need to win probably 1, 2 team fights. You already got them at this spawn, and Draco's down. You've got a war ultimate to use, you've got a Gravitic Flux, you've got a Blade, you've got a Transcendence. It's looking desperate for 4D right now.
Yeah, this is the Overwatch equivalent of giving someone a swirly, as both the DPS for Shoes Money Crew are on the point and capping it up, being stuffed into spawn with the blade here, keeping Julo at bay. The Wrecking Ball has no chance here. A victory meteor strike for Shoes Money Crew as they do take home the series and will advance to the grand final.
Yeah, as expected, Shoes Money Crew showing their class and getting to the grand finals despite Dunnan's best efforts.
Yeah, I think that really was just Daned trying something out. They were clearly very comfortable on in this matchup, and I think Daned was just trying something different, to be honest with you. But
yeah, I mean, series was never in doubt, right? Series was never in doubt. I think SMC were very, very comfortable. They were going to win that series. They didn't need to take it seriously. But I feel like when you're in these events, right, you want to prove that you are a class above the rest. And yeah, you did that. But did Dana do that individually, right? You know, Dana's a player you're maybe looking at getting in the Overwatch League, right? And
yeah.
Did they prove that they're a professional player, wants to do more, wants to compete above everyone else? I'm not so sure.
Well, there's one thing for certain. If Daned wants to get into the Overwatch League, we may have to take a look at his Genji. But, I mean, you know, some things to iron out there. But overall, I mean, Shoes Money Crew were always the shoe-in to win that one. And we say, you know, we're talking about Daned individually, but as a team, I mean, Shoes Money Crew, we saw as soon as they wanted to turn up the heat, they really did. I mean, they were in the spawn, they used the supercharger, they used the amplification matrix, and Fourth Dimension kind of didn't have a leg to stand on. They couldn't recontest. They had to send their Wrecking Ball over there, which meant that they were fighting a 5v5 in their own spawn. It was kind of brutal towards the end there.
Yeah, but I feel like there was like an even better narrative of this game. Maybe not about Danid. Let's talk about the tank wise, because I feel like that was the biggest difference between the two teams. Of course, Naboni and KZ struggling to get really anything done. Let a lot of Shoes Money Crew just do whatever they want. And again, the first fight on Shoes Money Crew's attack on Junkertown, I think, was very indicative as well. Whereas you saw Alex take that off angle, just get 3 kills instantly because, well, they were trapped in a small room because of their power rotations, because they just they let themselves get into that situation, did Fourth Dimension, and it was really well played from Shoes Money Crew. So a bit of a tank difference so far.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That might be the end of that series, but we have got loads more Overwatch coming your way just on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
for the tangible. We get lost in the virtual. You less alone when you're logging on. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you please know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let me know. rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling, calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient at the end of the world. Where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire. Twin pillars, the east and the west, scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. Take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire.
Welcome back. We are here for the losers bracket final, now deciding who will go up against Shoes Money Crew in the grand final of this awesome tournament. I mean, we've had some awesome Overwatch so far, Will. It's been incredible.
No, actually, you need the right caster lingo. It's the lower bracket decider match, my friend. That's not, it's not the losers finals.
True.
Ha! I gotcha. No, anyway. No, but either way, we just saw our friends at Shoes Money Crew. I mean, it was kind of an expected result. You know, like I was just hoping that they would go 3-0 and make this easier for all of us. And so it's an expected result. So congratulations for the team making it into the grand finals. And we're going to see which dimension reigns supreme. Will it be a 4D or will it be a 5D? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure the dimension I should be talking to. Is it the fourth wall in the fifth dimension, or is it the fifth wall in the fourth dimension? I don't understand.
You
I
just said a
actually
bunch
don't
of words
know.
that I didn't understand, so I'm gonna pass to Ocean.
I actually don't know what the fifth dimension is. I know the fourth dimension's actually expands to like a 3D object. Everyone knows what a 3D object is, and 2D is like a line of paper or whatever. I don't
Yeah.
know what the fifth dimension is. I'm actually a little bit concerned. But anyways, this is an interesting narrative here because fourth dimension, they're meant to be like the A team, fifth dimension the B team. It's not academy system, right? They're both very, very strong teams, right? And it's really interesting because my team in Sendia played against both 40 and 5D yesterday and honestly struggled more against struggled against that B team, scored a little bit more. And I think I saw the same for Shoes Money Crew. I think they definitely struggled more against 5D than 40. So, a little bit of an interesting narrative team. Can the B team get ahead of the A team?
So is this technically a team kill? Like these teams are basically under the
Yes,
same
it's a team
organization.
kill.
Okay.
Yes,
Alrighty. Well, good luck to both teams. Like one of these teams will have the privilege of either fourth dimension is going to get their run back, or fifth dimension is going to have the privilege of trying to take down Shoes Money Crew, which was so dominant in that previous match. So I'll let you get that to the decided match, ladies and gentlemen. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be friendly fire happening here, 5D v 4D. I'm excited, and I think we've really got a close match on our hand, Ocean.
Yeah, we definitely have a close match, right? Because 4th Dimension 5G both lost to Shoes Money Crew, both beat and Sandia and 5G beat Munich as well. I think they both beat Munich as well, actually. Yeah, I think they both beat Munich. So they've kind of had similar run-ins to this lower bracket finals match. So we'll see which of the four dimensions reigns supreme.
Yeah, and I think we're going to a map 5 here. I think this is going to be close. Like you said, there is an A team, B team situation going on, but both teams have proven that they can really take it to these top tier OD teams. So I'm very excited to get in to see some really close Overwatch, and I think it's going to come down to who individually can pop off more. I mean, presumably, do you know the coaching situation? Are they coached under the same person? Do they have the same sort of schedule and all that stuff?
I know they scrub each other a lot. That's really all I know.
Right.
I know Pathfinder is the general manager for 5D, and I'm not so sure on the other situations, but both of them do scrim each other a lot and scrim similar opponents, so they are at a pretty similar level.
Yeah, well, we do have the same map pool as our previous game as well, so 4D does have the advantage of, I suppose, being warm, but they also have the disadvantage of already having potentially mentally boomed themselves going up against Shoes Money Crew as well. So this could swing either way for them. 5D coming into this nice and fresh. So certainly an interesting one as we go to Oasis. I assume we're going to see a lot of mirror matches. I think we're going to see a lot of similar strategies. It's going to be who can execute it better, Ocean.
Yeah, I do remember both these teams running different strategies yesterday.
Oh.
I believe 5D were very, very confident in their pro, and of course we saw 4th Dimension like to play a lot more of those weird pokey dive compositions. They played it in all of their matches yesterday, I'm pretty sure, so we might see that yet again here. We've seen 4th Dimension on Oasis before. The last time we saw 5D on stream was on Icavald against Shoes Money Crew.
Yeah, we are seeing the Wrecking Ball and Diva composition that 4th Dimension played already come out, and Brave and Disperse looked really dangerous on that DPS, whereas a Brawl for 5th Dimension breaking out. Can they do it as well as Shoes Money Crew did and dismantle 4th Dimension here?
Well, they're going to be looking for a Draco, aren't they? Right? That's exactly what Shoes Money Crew did.
Adjusting angle of attack.
Yep, you're just going to be looking for that Zenyatta to pick them off, but a good rotation from 4th Dimension staves that off from 5th Dimension, who will maybe at the first touch of the point, but NKZ is occupying that space and forcing 5th Dimension into this left-hand side cubby hole that you're seeing here, and everyone happy to just bunker down as Julo falls a little overzealous there, stepping his boundaries. Will find no spearhead for 5th Dimension, for 4th Dimension, forgive me. NKZ also falling, and Braven will go down as well as the first cap does go to 5th Dimension.
Yeah, 5D, they're just playing patient. Again, this is similar to how SMC played. They're just playing in this left room, forcing 4D to come to them, and that's not what their composition is built to do.
Yeah, this is kind of a repeat and disaster with Andre going down there. Just not at all what you want to do as you're regrouping. Some heroics coming through to stop Fourth Dimension getting anywhere near. They do go halfway to pick up that point as Julo once again in without very much support. The timing of these tanks have been an issue that we've seen.
Yeah, and you know, 40 they might want to change this up. They might want to try some different compositions on the control. I know they're very effective with this composition, but just hasn't been working out today.
Yeah, Andre going down immediately, just not great. And a flashbang fan, the hammer finishes off Julo, gives the Deadeye opportunity. Disperse has duplicated the Reinhardt here, but taken out by the Deadeye and forced all the way back to spawn as 55% and counting on the clock for 5D. A shatter down from Chase there, and that's a kill onto Braven, and NKZ finds a kill of their own onto the Holy Pig, but pretty inconsequential as 5D looking pretty good here.
Yeah, 40 will be coming up to their support ultimates, and that's a positive thing for them. But other than that, like, what have they got to get them into this fight? Maybe a self-destruct, and maybe use the minefield later on. That's something they can maybe do. But 5D have got a lot of tools to open up this fight. Once it's opened up, you've got a Doomfist player who's extremely capable in the Holy Pig to try and pick up some kills.
Yeah, Julo just poking and prodding this high ground to try and make something happen, force the hand of Fifth Dimension, but they just amplification matrix and hold off. A nice minefield to split off 5D here as 4D want to make their move right now. The Meteor Strike comes down and the beat as well for 5D here, keeping everyone nice and topped up as Andre, once again, the first casualty for 4D. Can't get a stranglehold on this point here as NKZ does cut back. Killer will find Julo, however, and 5D looking really dominant as the the Echo Mercy, pardon me, are the sole remaining members here. Braven will find a stick kill, but takes themselves out as well as Froki's in trouble here. The Mercy being taken out by Chaos, and the picks are in favor of Fifth Dimension. Looking good, lands the Shatter Chase to finish off Andre there, and it's just a matter of time. 5D take that 100-0.
Ooh, what about that? The potential B team, if you want to put it that way, 5D. Apparently the B team here, 100-0 against 4D here on Oasis University. We're going to go to City Center next, which is something we didn't see in our previous matchup. But one thing I want to point out, again, let's look at the off tanks, right? NKZ struggled to get into that again, similar to the game against SMC, where you saw Chaos getting into this person's face, getting into Braven's face. I like that from an off-tank player, and I think 5D might be winning that matchup, and I think 40 might want to have a look about how NKZ plays in this composition piece. NKZ, really good off-tank player. I think it's just the direction they want to take this composition that it might be under question.
Yeah, and this composition might work better here on City Center. A lot of high ground control to be had, so Fifth Dimension might struggle on this brawl comp with the verticality, but they need Fourth Dimension to protect Andre a little better. Keeps getting caught out and killed first here as a little ring around the rosy going on between the two dimensions as Disperse has found out 50 and wants to just lap in some damage with this Echo. Going to be so difficult to deal with, and as I say that, cast a curse, Dispersed. Killer will take them out, living up to their name as Julo's second to fall here. Killer having a field day, but Braven clapping back, finds Ilk on that Baptiste. Only the Lucio heals available now for this brawl comp. They're going to struggle as Chaos goes low, but Killer still going to work and finds Froki. Will get taken out by Andre, who got their time there to do some good. Holy Pig will trade them out as well, and now finds Braven and all the stall potential whittling down from Fourth Dimension now as the picks are coming through. They are finding the wrap around and the turnaround here as 4D will find the picks, take out Chaos on this baby Diva, and now it's just a stall from Sobek trying to keep this alive in what looked like a completely one fight for Fourth Dimension, Ocean.
Yeah, it's really about the Chaos. Once there's Chaos involved, it gets really difficult for 5D to keep their brawl come together.
Yeah, Braven, again, like, nicely syncing up with his Wrecking Ball compadre, who picks up the stick kill thanks to Julo there, finds a second onto Killer here, will get the point occupied finally, surely, as Holy Pig will fall, and Julo finds 4 final blows this fight alone.
Yeah, this map definitely lends itself more to this more poke-based dive composition. I feel like 4G are starting to get themselves into this series. They're starting to warm up, and they're causing a lot more chaos. And that's what this composition is great for. Wrecking Ball is always thrived under chaos, as does Tracer, Echo, right? Whereas this 5G team wants everything to be straightforward. Yo, let's go in, let's disrupt this target, and then go after this target. That's what they want. That's how 5G want to play this.
Yeah, and the flexibility of, or lack thereof, could be Fifth Dimension's downfall as the Transcendence baited out pretty early there from Andre, already expended the duplicate now from Disperse onto this. Reinhardt sends his pin a little wayward and will be taken out of that quicker than he would have liked, potentially with the Deadeye from Killer here, but the stall is ready with Julo having these mines to go. The beat comes down to counter that self-destruct, and a pile driver plus the mines might do some damage here, but Froki will fall. Julo and Disperse, however, not that bothered. The shatter comes down and Andre will fall. Disperse, however, still going to work. NKZ will fall. That being said, and a sticky bomb onto Chase gets them so very low. The core of this brawl starting to fall apart here, and Fourth Dimension happy to keep this fight going as long as it needs to go, as they are still in possession of this point here. Chase is on and occupying some space, but now with Disperse in the heavens, it's going to be disaster for this brawl to try and deal with it. The amplification matrix comes out and the flame strike gobbled up there from NKZ is battered and bruised. Fourth Dimension will come back onto the point. Killer coming up clutch, however, and finding a good few picks. Disperse trying to clutch this back, but when all is said and done, Fifth Dimension flip the point.
And they flip it just in time, right? 84%. That means that they're gonna have another fight to come back and win. Once it's 85%, you kind of think, okay, you're in last fight territory. You need to win every fight from there on out. This is okay for 5D. They can take this from now. Holy Peak going over to the Tracer as well to try and match Braven, sorry. So that's what they're gonna do. Try and occupy Braven, because Braven's obviously giving 5D's tanks a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they certainly are, and just so much pressure coming out. Another pulse bomb almost ready to go, and a duplicate from Disperse here. Hopefully going to be a little better than his last. He won't get to use it though. Killer finds the Deadeye kill onto Disperse. Keeps doing it, but usually whilst Disperse is in that Echo form, so doesn't get the final blow, but will do this time and just slow this attack down. That being said, Julo wants to get involved and finds the kill onto Killer here, ironically, as they do now want to initiate this push. Still only occupying their half as the beat comes through from 5D here. The minefield lapped on the top of the Wrecking Ball here. Dispersed with the duplicate onto Chase here. Has that Reinhardt ready to go. The Immortality Field and Amplification Matrix drop from Ilpia, who's under a little bit of pressure as Chaos goes to work and finds Andre. Back and forth, these kills are going here. Shatter is available for Chase, but back at spawn he will be, and this is desperation hour as the flip comes through for 5D now.
Yeah, Holy Pig's gonna have to look to get something with this pulse, but maybe in for Froki, looking at like a target right now. However, Braven does extremely well to just take the Tracer duel and force Holy Pig away.
Yeah, forcing him out there and just keeping him at bay is going to be so important, as Braven now has his Wrecking Ball to help him. The shadow comes down, does find quite a lot, but the rally from Froki keeps everybody nice and healthy. Self-destruct now over the top, nets them nothing, and a lot of expended ultimates here, not netting all that much for either side. When the dust settles, however, one tank each missing for either team, but this clock still ticking up and oh so close here for Fifth Dimension. Braven does take out Killer though, who has been so good at keeping 5D in these fights. Disperse now free as a bird to go to town with no hit scan available. NKZ will fall, however, to Chase, who's on the point with that beat and able to just pile in the damage. Disperse clapping back and finding that kill as Julo is trying their damnedest to keep this alive. A duplicate will come down onto Disperse, and now double Tracer for Fourth Dimension is on the point. Ocean overtime ticks down though, and someone has to touch 4D. Got to keep this alive now. Shatter does come down, catches NKZ, and Julo, who did lap some mines in, will find a kill of their own, and Braven sends their pulse bomb wide, just slightly missing the Moira here, but 4D are finally breaking the dam of the defense and will get this flip.
Yeah, 92%, which means 5G might have a chance to come back and touch. They've got a pulse bomb if they do, but it's not going to be a full 6v6 fight.
No, this is pretty brutal here as Chase is going to get immediately deleted in the overtime. Ticking down now. Tracer having to do a lot. The Holy Pig sends the pulse bomb wide. Doesn't net them anything as Julo's going to work here. Second final blow. Braven getting involved as well as the overtime is dwindling now for Fifth Dimension. Looks like we're going to the third point on Oasis as 4th has fought the longest battle in Overwatch history here. NKZ finally getting their hands dirty. Picks up 2 as well. The Reinhardt is back, but NKZ has their third final blow, and we are going to the third point on Oasis.
Yeah, we kind of had 2 rounds that kind of helped these 2 teams out. Right, 5D, they're confident in the Brawl, they're going to want to play with University. 40, they like to play this sort of dive, poke, hybrid. They're going to want to play City Center. Now we've got a mix here of Garden where you can play either or really comfortably, so we'll see which of the 2 dimensions this favors.
Yeah, I think we saw NKZ come to life there as well, which is something that you've been talking that you want to see more proactive off-tank from 4th Dimension. And honestly, I think that was a huge linchpin for that final fight.
Yeah, I wanna see NKZ get in the face of maybe Hold the Pig or Killer or even Ilpy in this next round and just be a little bit more irritating, or even like come on an off angle of the Spurs and allow them to press their chase twitch for a little bit longer. That might be an idea. Just get something a little bit more clever, something a little bit more irritating for 5th Dimension to deal with.
Yeah, Julo does go for the point there and is pressured out almost immediately as 5th Dimension now has control of this high ground above the point. Chaos just trying to see what he can get away with there and find some poke damage of their own here, but Disperse with this Mercy Pocket's gonna sting onto this Brawl comp, who are happy to pretty much just stay up on this high ground and not really get involved. 1 member apiece on the point now was 5th Dimension gonna drop and make something happen, get this cap, but that is the go button for 4th Dimension. They're getting involved now, and Julo has this adaptive shield expended already, and Andre down early from the Holy Pig on this Doomfist. NKZ will find them, however, and this is once again chaotic as Brazen will fall to the micro missiles of Chaos, living up to their name, and just an all-out pandemonium happening right here, right now. Disperse in trouble, has the McCree on his back. Killer in trouble in turn, however, the pendulum swings back, and NKZ finishes them off thanks to the Discord orb coming in handy for Andre. They've got resurrected earlier on. Amplification Matrix out early from Ilp. Want to win this initial fight as Disperse not getting much value out of these duplicates. The stall still through, but 5th Dimension all the while picking up point percentage. 4th Dimension finally get the picks that are convincing enough to flip this point and will have their time on this point.
5th Dimension could have won that fight so easily. They got 24% for their travels, but they got so many targets so low, but just didn't finish them off. 4D using the survivability of their comp extremely well. I think NKZ is now in the groove right now. Got on to Killer. You saw Killer getting harassed by both Disperse and NKZ in turn. And NKZ now making it easier for their DPS. And now 4D are reaping the benefits.
Yeah, well, the High Noon comes out from Killer and just makes a world of space available for 5th Dimension to capitalize on as the Holy Pig goes for the jugular here on the Doomfist. Forces out Transcendence as well, but NKZ will fall before the Transcendence comes out. Luckily, the Resurrect is available, and a mistime Shatter from Chase does knock NKZ back, but the remake is there and ready to go. Meteor Strike coming down onto Disperse finishes them off, and 5th Dimension finally clutching some kills that make it look like this fight is in their favor. Chase free to swing this hammer on the point with no avail as Jula will fall to the Holy Pig, and NKZ now just going to run the clock down with their Tracer, who will fall very, very quickly.
Yeah, a longer fight for 4D, which means they'll have 57% on the point, and that's definitely something that's helpful for them, because, right, they've got 3 ultimates in this next fight. Yeah, maybe the 3 ultimates they might not want to have, however. Pulse Bomb can open it up. You'll have an opportunity to use Duplicate at least once or twice in this fight, and Minefield could be useful to get more value out of that Duplicate. Both to mention, they've only really got good fight opening ultimates, so if we get to a mid-fight here, 4D will be looking pretty strong.
Yeah, they certainly will. This Amplification Matrix needs to net them something as the point is being pressured by 4D here. Good restraint from 5D to just hold off, send 1 member to the point and let them stall it out here. Julo goes into the backline and immediately sent back to spawn. Now the Duplicate online for Disperse, who, like I said, has struggled to find much use out of it as well. Brazen also did throw that Pulse Bomb in to no avail as Holy Pig is going crazy. Disperse Disperse finally finding a pick with their duplicate form and will take out Holy Pig, but this is looking pretty good for 5D at the moment, who sends that self-destruct by Chaos just to get that remake and buy more time. Looking good from them, but the respawns are coming in quick for 4D.
Yeah, they're gonna have to use this Deadeye perfectly, either to isolate Disperse or Julo, or just to get a little bit more space, so maybe Holy Pig get a little bit more value on that Doomfist. Let's see how this Deadeye is used in this next fight for 5D.
Yeah, you're going to want to use it early here and buy that time, as again, point pressured up, NKZ does go for it, and the High Noon comes down to no avail, does get the D-Mech onto NKZ, but Transcendence out again from Andre, making this fight a whole lot harder. The Shatter drop down, that being said by Chase, perfectly timed, will take out that Baby Diva and get Julo so very low. Disperse will take out the main tank for 5D, however, the beat comes out a little untimely from Sobek. Resurrect will come in handy to get Andre back up, but numbers for 4D are running low and nobody touches the point. Fifth Dimension in the heat of the battle, and all the chaos will take Oasis.
Pun intended or not, because Chaos does play on 5D.
There it is.
Anyways, alright, Fifth Dimension. Brawl coming out on top here. The next map is going to be Nymphani, so it might not be it for them. However, they will definitely feel confident later in the series that they can play Brawl versus this Pokemon style and have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this was just absolutely chaotic, and like you said, pardon the pun, 5D and 4D look like they are really closely contested as far as the teams are concerned. We are just going to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got Mat 2 coming up just after this. Welcome back. We have the losers bracket final going on right here, right now, and a really close Oasis we just saw, Ocean. It was really indistinguishable for a lot of those fights.
Do you know what? I'm excited because this is interesting for the EU scene, right? Because a lot of people just assume, 4D is going to be a little bit better than 5D. That's just an automatic assumption for a lot of people. In this event so far, both these teams played Incendia, both these teams played SMC. 5D looked better in both of those games and are currently leading this one. This is really interesting here. Both of these teams very strong. Wouldn't be surprised to see them both in at least contenders trials in the near future, but we'll see if 5D can hold strong on Numbani. I would personally say that this map favors fourth dimension, so if there's any chance for them to gain momentum for today, it's right now.
Yeah, and don't forget, folks at home, we are doing a best of 5 as well. So this could go to the map 5, and I expect it to do just that. We are heading to Numbani, though, like you said, and fourth dimension look no slouch on this double bubble composition. They were taken a little bit into an uncomfortable position by SMC, but to be honest, that's kind of to be expected, right?
Yeah, I think 4D, they practice like these more divey compositions like a little bit more. And Numbani is an operator. We're going to see this. We're going to see a lot of high ground positioning, a lot of aiming to catch on rotations. That's just how 4D operate. That's how they've been playing recently. So, and they're good at it, right? They just haven't been able to show it today. Maybe just an off day for them, whatever. It's just unfortunate it's a tournament day. I think 4D are a very good squad. I think at times they maybe overestimate themselves a bit. But honestly, they're a great squad. They probably should be higher up. They'll be in contenders trials soon enough. They just need to, give themselves that push, have the aspiration. I think sometimes they're just happy to be the best team in OD, but they really need to have a little push to get back to an S tier team.
Yeah, and we're seeing here, we are just going to pause for a moment, but we're seeing Disperse back on this Echo, and I was ranting and raving about them on this Echo when we were watching yesterday, and that was really impressive from them to get some stuff done. Very threatening, and if we're seeing it on this defense from Numbani, it's such a perfect place to play the defensive Echo.
Yeah, especially if we see 5D get stuck on some of those rotations, or just getting stuck. They just can't quite get a team fight in. They get split a little bit. That's when Disperse was great. And I'll tell you what, I'm gonna roast my own team a little bit here. All right, as soon as we made any mistakes on our offensive Kings Road, Disperse cleaned it up one by one by one by one by one. And once that happened, it was over for us on our Kings Row attack, to be honest. And that was a difficult thing to watch, but Disperse, very capable Echo player. We'll see if they can do it on this Numbani defense in particular.
Yeah, and again, like you said, it's going to be so easy to catch people out, especially with the flying Junkrat that is Echo. Just going to be able to manhandle these chokeholds and just throw their left and right clicks down those alleyways, which just make pushing into Numbani so very brutal. It'd be nice to see NKZ keep this momentum going forward into Numbani as well, because they started to warm up on Oasis, but still a little quiet as far as the off-tank is concerned.
Yeah, I want to see NKZ, once there's a plan in place for NKZ to get their impact in this series, can they do that against Shoots Money Crew later on? They were definitely quiet early on. They started this series pretty quietly as well, but starting to build up to NKZ, I know is a talented player, right? I've seen it before, right? Show us what you got. Come on, right? This is a tournament. She's Money Career playing here. There's eyes on this tournament. Express yourselves a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good series. I think it's going to go the distance. I don't think we're going to get blowouts either way, just based from what we saw on Oasis. NKZ does need to warm up a little bit more, though, make a little more noise, a bit of a slow burner in this tournament. But, I mean, it's plenty of time here, and if it goes that there is just a really good defense on Numbani, that could really set the dominoes in place.
Yeah, and another thing that we have been noticing is Andrico is getting isolated a lot. So watch Froki in particular. How can Froki make adjustments to make sure that Andrico is a little bit more safe? Because that's what Brigitta's job, right? For the Brigitte to make sure that Zenyatta can get into the fight comfortably and get value, that's the Brigitte's job. And if the Brigitte, the Zenyatta isn't getting value, that's more than likely going to be that Brigitte's fault. So watch Froki and see if they can fix up those mistakes.
Yeah, can Fourth Dimension restabilize on Numbani? Find out just after these messages.
Go, cool down when I'm all alone. I let it go. Talk over the radio. Think fast, but we're moving slow. It's what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? That you want me? 'Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? White noise on the telephone. Fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know. Gets too comfortable. No space for the tangible. We get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone when you're logging on? If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody. Somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me?
Welcome back. Just a quick reminder, we are here in the losers brackets finals and we are headed to Numbani next. Both teams are raring to go. Just some technical difficulties on one end there, so we're going to hop right in as soon as possible. Yeah, we were talking about it just before the break, Ocean. Andre did get caught out a lot on Oasis, so I think there needs to be some backline loving for Fourth Dimension if they want to clean this up a little bit and take it to the Fifth Dimension.
Yeah, but it also looked like it wasn't Andraco's fault. They just didn't get into the fight to get any value, right? That's kind of your Gita or maybe your all-time job to transport them in. But NKC was just warming up and trying to get into the face of the DPS. That is NKC's job as well. So I think definitely watch Froki right now. I want to see if they can extract more value out of other players, because they're playing fine individually, right? You know, you look at Froki, they've been consistent, they've been building right, they've been getting good armor packs onto their DPS and making sure they're getting value. Braven's had a really good series so far for 4D.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not winning that first map. However, have they been doing those other little tasks, little micro tasks that you don't really see at this high level until you look at this high level and you look at the micro of this. I want to look at Froki and highlight this. This is something we want to watch here. In particular, as we look at Double Bubble, this Brigitte, not a Pogfish Double Bubble, it's going to be the break, it's going to be setting up the DPS. Let's have a look at Froki and highlight that going into this Numbani map.
Yeah, and Andre on this Ana does mean that rather than the Zen, there's going to be a little more self-sufficiency when we look at this composition. You have your own biotic grenade if you need to use it on yourself to get some self-healing in a pinch. You've also got the slink darts to defend yourself. This is going to be slightly more sustainable than this Ball Diva comp that we have seen from them so far, as both teams posture up. Killer's going to be the one to watch from Fifth Dimension, though, going to be the only person to clip the wings of Disperse, as Fifth Dimension just moving up on this high ground with Chase leading the charge, bullying NKZ off this high ground, and onto point will be immediately deleted, but Andre finds a pick of their own. Back and forth this goes, as first point will be broken out into, and Disperse finding that kill as well. Braven stabilizing and all taking out Chase, and Chaos getting very low themselves here as they do reset.
Yeah, they're going to reset. Their problem here is Chaos is going to get staggered a little bit. IVitational, we can see a clear plan. They're going to try and isolate NKZ while also bringing Killer on to the high ground. That's exactly what they want to do. It was a pretty good fight for them. They just didn't quite get it across the line, and maybe in that mid fight didn't get onto that correct target. 4D still looking good on this double bubble like yesterday.
Chopping, yeah, and that Immortality Field had to come out so early to try and keep everyone alive. Killer will fall, however, to Disperse, and their nasty right clicks and left clicks here as Disperse has this duplicate online ready to go already. Chase will take out Andre, however, with that Flame Strike, I believe, through the Amplification Matrix. Disperse clapping back, however. We do have a pause as the internet issues continue to be an issue here. Unfortunate, but the double bubble looking pretty good for 4D.
Yeah, it is, right? They were strong on it yesterday. They were always pressing the initiative. They seem to be better at finding openings on that composition, right? They were struggling to find the right moment to bring that ball in on rotations when they were playing that ball diva, which is a very hard composition, a hard thing to do. Before they are definitely capable of it, but I think they were just having a hard time today making that composition work. I think double bubble, they were great on it yesterday when they were playing on stream. They're starting off strong here today on stream with that composition, so why not keep it?
Yeah, and Double Bubble has a lot more simple rules of engagement, right? You send your Winston in, you give him a bubble, he uses his bubble, hopefully he lasts until his next cooldown's online, and he can jump on out. And by that point, you hope that Disperse has found a pick on that Echo and has been absolutely no slouch. That being said, Killer's been really solid, at least on that Oasis map, to just do a lot of damage. The DPS from both sides really showing up today, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think these DPS players are all very, very solid. Braven had a bit of a slow start yesterday, but in Open Division recently was definitely the best DPS player there. And additionally, right here today is proved that they are incredibly good hit scan players. So, I think all these DPS are very, very solid DPS players that people should be looking at and should be paying attention to, right?
Yeah.
Couple of questions still in this match, though, right? Avidity, they seem to be just playing this brawl composition. They don't have anything else in their arsenal. Double Bubble is pretty good into that, right? So if we do see that developing, 4D definitely could flip the series. But I do want to bring one more point. Fortunately, it's NKZ again. Oh, unlucky. Well, I'm going to highlight you. A little bit isolated in that first fight, right? Didn't quite seem like they were in the position to bring themselves into play while also getting value for their Winston. Yeah, you got with your Winston value, that's great, but then you're also just kind of standing there, not really protecting your supports or getting value yourself, because Zarya can do a lot of damage. It can be really annoying to deal with, particularly when they get on those off angles and actually get into the fight. That's something that's quite difficult in Double Bubble to do, and sometimes in that composition, Zarya can be sort of the graveyard shift. But I'm going to be interested to see how NKZ reacts to that. Can they get involved themselves more?
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to go to another break. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but don't go anywhere, because after this match as well, we have got Shoes Money Crew facing off against the victor of this series right here. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. We are back into the fray. Mid-match, that pause just ended here as Fourth Dimension clinging on with 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the time bank for Fifth Dimension to open up this point. And like you said, Ocean, they are sticking with this brawl of 5D.
Yeah, and Anka is in positioning, same position, but now with Brokey. So they're not going to be as isolated. They're going to be able to get a little bit more damage, and this is a little bit better. Maybe it's just a setup thing to get NKC some value as Fifth Dimension look to come in here.
Oh, well, I mean, just corralled everybody into that small room there. The duplicate also coming out from Disperse will get taken out, but Julo has done the damage with Braven's Pulse Bomb there, just resetting that attacking side, who don't really have a lot to work with here.
Yeah, not really. They've only really got Self-Destruct to get themselves in. You're going to have a Meteor Strike to play around with, which means your Doomfist can play a little bit more aggressive, but play a little bit more aggressive onto what? The support line, maybe, if you can isolate them. And Sobek got the Sound Barrier for sustainability, but 4D, very consistent win conditions for them. Graviton Surge and Rally.
Yeah, Graviton Surge will come out, Rally as well to boot, and a big anti-nade on top of all of 5D. They do only retain one casualty. There we are, as I cast a curse it here. All of the dominoes will eventually fall, and Fourth Dimension throw everything in, but they come out on top.
So getting some interesting kill credit for those Evo kills, but it doesn't really matter too much. Positives for 5D, right? Fourth Dimension used a lot of their really good tools. The only tools they might have is probably that Nano Boost and maybe the Duplicate if the fight extends a little bit longer. They're going to have some good engagement tools as well, 5D. They're going to have Self-Destruct and Amp Matrix. Here comes the Amp Matrix as they look to walk in.
Yeah, Amp Matrix down, and the Pulse Bomb from Braven just doesn't find anything that would have been the perfect opportunity, lurking in the shadows, but a tick online now for Fifth Dimension is Dispersed so very close to this duplicate once more. Julo finds a pick, and it's the McCree. The Cowboy is out. Self-Destruct from Chaos on the top ropes here, as Disperse will fan the hammer to finish off Chase. Drops that Deadeye, won't net them anything, but the damage is done, and overtime is looming here. A second Deadeye, and nobody touches from Fifth Dimension. They get 80% on the point, but they will not cap.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. At least gets a percentage. I mean, this round was always going to favor 4D. They're really comfortable defending. They're really comfortable on this double bubble comp. Of course, the tech issues also did affect them. Killa unable to get any value at points because of that. So, do you know what? It was a difficult round for 5D. It was always going to be a difficult round for 5D, right? The important thing for them as we slow things down is that they know that was going to be a difficult round, right? They know that they can come back into the next map, which is Junkertown, or even keep going into the series, right? They've won the previous control map, so if they get to map 5, they'll still have a chance to get to our grand finals. They need to just settle down. Oh no, yeah, we might lose the Bonnie because of a really unlucky attack round. Whatever, let's go with the punches. That's what they need to have in their attitude right now. They can't let these tech issues and just a lucky map pool get to them.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is Julo had a really good round there, but playing this double bubble on attack might be a little harder if the brawl composition is set up on this high ground, Ocean.
Yeah, it's a more pokey variant this time for the offense, where I can get to play the Mercy. Maybe a little bit more comfortable on that, or Disperse is going to get a little bit more resource. It's not going to be everything towards a Draco and NKZ now.
Yeah, the bubble is on. Julo will go up just to poke a little bit. Braven getting a pick, pardon me, very early. Make that 2. That is disaster right here for the defenses. Fifth Dimension begin to crumble. Space and time transcended for Fourth Dimension, however, as they do begin to cap up here, Ocean.
That defense didn't last long whatsoever. The double bubble into the brawl. So much cleave damage. Holy Pig getting taken down early as well. And that will wrap up Noon Bonnie.
Yeah, and that was over in the blink of an eye, which means that Fourth Dimension tie up the series. And I do think Julo was really good on that defense, and I think that may have sort of been the he gets play of the game. It's kind of the thorn in the side of the attacking and defending team on either side here, with a beautiful Primal Rage and good control here. Julo's really warmed up, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, Julo played pretty well around. Really easy engagements for them, though. Like, it was never really that difficult for Julo to get those engagements onto that brawl composition. It never really is. It is always quite simplified, the timings for double bubble against brawl, right? We might not see that on Junkertown. It's a little bit of a more weird map where we're in like a brawl Bro or like double bubble meta, and we're not going to see that much spam. Of course, we saw spam earlier from both teams. So this is going to be a little bit of a turning point in the series, or maybe like an outlier in this series, right? Oasis, a little bit of a bro map, a little bit of a double bubble map, whatever. And Bonnie, hard double bubble map. This one is an outlier, right? Which of these teams is going to take this outlier map is extremely important.
Yep, we are just going to take a quick break for some substitutions to come in. So join us after the break when we head to Junkertown.
place. We'll get there soon. We'll get there soon. Like empires, we rise and then we fall. Can the tides calling, calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire. Twin pillars, the east and the west, scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. Take the world by fire.
Welcome back. We have the losers brackets finals here right now. It is fourth dimension v fifth dimension rather. Start that right. We are headed to Junkertown. It is one map a piece and a ringer coming in for fifth dimension for their hit scan player killer. Edis coming in for them. So that's certainly going to shake up fifth dimension, Ocean.
Yeah, I just had to quickly ask around to see because I didn't know much information on this record coming in. Apparently, they're pretty good. I don't know if hit scans their main role. Apparently, they're a little bit more confident in flex DPS from the people I heard. However, is a very talented player. So fifth dimension, they might not be as worse off as you think. Of course, because their main hit scan DPS, who's having a great series and a great day so far, unfortunately having to drop out due to tech issues.
Yeah, a slight jolt to morale potentially for fifth dimension, who already was coming into this series as the underdogs. But what a story it would be if they could still clutch this back. This is a best of 5, so we may end up with a map 5 on our hands, considering how closely knit both these teams are at the moment as we head to Junkertown. And we've seen this double shield come out from fourth dimension already. Fifth dimension looking a little different, Ocean.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit about the hit schedules again. Junkertown point out, known for the Widowmaker versus Widowmaker. We all love a good Widowmaker duel on Junkertown.
Yeah.
It's going to be really slow. Who can take those angles first? Because if you leave a Widowmaker with these deep sightlines, it's going to be really hard for you to move around the map and rotate. Going to be interesting to see what both these teams play. 4G going for that double shield that they showed against Shoes Money Crew. I wonder if they'll get that rotation right and not get linchpinned again like they did on their defense that time around.
Yeah, Chaos straight out of spawn, feeling the heat, pulled up, had a Widow take a shot at them, but the kinetic grasp coming out nice and early as well. Just displacement off the high ground here happening, and Froki forced to use that immortality field a little earlier perhaps than they would like, as Fourth Dimension will rotate back to this high ground, and Braven has his number there as Edis will take them out. Now the high ground in possession of the attackers, who are making it pretty difficult for Fourth Dimension to get a hold of this high ground.
Yeah, Julo gets caught in the same space they did earlier on, and Disperse will go down with them. They'll be getting that kill on Edis. Now has the space with this Widowmaker to unlock a potential Widowmaker duel. And as I said, cast a curse.
Yeah, cast a curse, and Braven will take out Edis, but Holy Pig is going crazy up on that high ground, picks up 3 final blows themselves, and the resurrect onto Edis means that everyone is nice and healthy as Fifth Dimension take that payload to that second streets phase. Pretty convincing there, Ocean.
Yeah, pretty fast. That's the second time in a row 4D have fallen flat on Junkertown A on their defense, and their defenses have been quite good in other matchups. Now, setting up on point B, they have more aggressive angles, and Dryco and Disperse will take advantage of that.
Yeah, Disperse finding a pick immediately. Julo also finding one. That's 3 down for Fifth Dimension here. It's going to be a quick reset and reconsider how they're going to attack this. Wrecking balls either side for both dimensions as well. It's worth noting as Braven will fall pretty late on the 4D here.
Yeah, Julo just swapping over to that Wrecking Ball, so will be lower on Ultra. She might get caught out immediately. Julo running extremely low. However, the fight started off well for 5D anyway. Kill onto AKZ.
Yeah, NKZ will fall to the Dragon Strike there from Holy Pig, who built that up nice and fast, and still ultimates to boot for Fifth Dimension, getting through this streets phase. Edis waiting and prodding this shot, and this angle here will have Disperse to contest him here. Goes for the shot and misses it, but does trigger that Venom Mine. Finds himself in a spot of bother and pressured out, forced to go to the payload here as Chaos has his sights set on Disperse. Julo will fall here. The Transcendence is out for Andre here and is expended already. NKZ suspended in mid-air as the brazen kill onto Edis will come through. No one can touch the point, however, and Fifth Dimension will keep this payload moving at a blistering pace. Disperse trying to clutch this fight back, which is unfortunately already all for naught.
That's so unfortunate. They just couldn't get that last fight across the line. However, 5D, they get the payload across the line. That's all that matters. They're moving on to point B with a time bank of 5 minutes. That's brutal. It is interesting to see that, or Edis saying on that Widowmaker has the input online. Maybe they'll go over to the Tracer and match Braven afterwards. That's going to be an interesting note. LP will have the Transcendence, so they'll have a little lead in support sustainability. However, the tank ultimate's firmly in favor of Fourth Dimension.
Yeah, at the moment for sure, but a rock will stop NKZ getting any value out of his Gravitic Flux, and the mines will basically be completely nullified by that Transcendence as well, thanks to Ilp's wonderful timing here. Everyone critical, however, for 5D as Fourth Dimension finally get a hold of this payload. 3 picks in their favor, send Fifth Dimension packing.
That was always going to be a difficult fight for 5D when you had so much distance to travel, you know, ultimates to get you into the fight. Braven gonna close it out with a nice double pulse bomb, I guess. Ooh. Just showing off a little bit. It was going to be a difficult fight. Fourth Dimension just had a severe lead on tank ultimates. And now 5D, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get a fight that's ideal for them as they swap their composition up as well. Pretty much a mirror matchup right for both teams. And Edis is going to try and take out Braven, and already has.
Opening up already by taking out Braven. We'll be back in the fight nice and early, but still going to allow a lot of space for Fifth Dimension to work with here. Julo so very low on the payload, and Holy Pig has his number. Julo will fall, and this payload starting to get some momentum again as NKZ will fall to these minefield that has been dropped down by Chase. This is the final fight, potentially, if Fifth Dimension want to take this home, and a late kill by Edis onto Froki is going to be disastrous for the recontest. Someone's still touching payload, but now it's all moving.
Yeah, Froki's going to have the best rally timing ever to make sure that 4D can go out and have another fight here, because they're playing against Chaos's Gravitic Flux out of spawn.
Yeah, it's out right now, and Braven falls early in that fight again. The Transcendence keeps everyone healthy through that Gravitic Flux, however, may buy a couple important seconds as Disperse finds a pick onto Chase here. Numbers thinning for 5th Dimension. Want to get this payload over the line. The contest is there, but NKZ will fall. The rally will go away, as does Froakie there to a flashbang kill. Julo finds a pick, but it's all for naught as it's just into stall time now. A blistering pace has been set by 5th Dimension. A pulse bomb goes wide from Braven, and the payload is home with 2 minutes 37 on the clock.
What a way to make your mark back in this series, right?
Yeah.
You know, you had a pretty close map 1, which you just about edge. Map 2, very difficult. You know, you're playing into 4D's territory. You've had some tech difficulties, and now with a ringer in hand, so a player that you might not usually play with, dominant attack on Junkertown. But then we also have to question the other side of things, right? 4D, again, they fell flat against Shoes Money Crew on Point Zion. Shoes Money Crew counted a minute on Junkertown A, which is very, very fast. Usually you're looking at 3-minute holds on Point A Junkertown defense, and they did the exact same thing.
Yeah, it really doesn't look like 4th Dimension have found comfort on this map, and it might be that they just haven't practiced all that much on it, but they seem to be out of their comfort zone and struggling. But Braven and Disperse, the double sniper, double shield coming out from 4D now.
Yeah, so this is similar to what they ran on their attack before. Braven gonna go for the jump trap as they see the spawn count. The set 5D look to hold strong and get some time off the bank after they've already set a really strong time themselves.
Yeah, and I love this from 5th Dimension. It shows good aggression, it shows wonderful initiative to just chip down the time that 4th Dimension have to work with here, as Doomfist flying all over the shop. Holy Pig will get caught out by an arrow by Disperse, but Andre falling as well to Chase means that this fight might go on a little longer than 4th Dimension would like. Immortality Field forced out for 5th Dimension as Froakie's free on this high ground though, and will just keep everyone on the payload for 4th Dimension topped up and healthy. That being said, almost a minute off the clock stalled at this first corner is not too bad if you're 5th Dimension.
Right, and then we haven't even got to the hardest part of Junkertown, which is that last straightaway, right, where you have such a big sideline for the defense. 5D going over to their more natural brawl composition, something they're comfortable with, something they're really, really strong at, and even trouble to choose Money Crew with, right? They've got an up metrics to get themselves into the fight as well. However, you still have to avoid Braven and Disperse on these long sidelines. They need to get into the fight, and then they'll have a nice little advantage.
Yeah, they have to close the distance here, and the May swap is interesting on Junkertown. Something so open here as the wrap around from the 4th Dimension damage dealer is going to cause a lot of chaos. NKZ will not be able to withstand the heat, however, and fall down. The Shatter will be dropped here, and damage will come in to boot as Braven falls to a May Icicle from way across the map. Edis going in as well and forcing the Transcendence. The Dragons cleaning up shop from Disperse, however, flipping this fight on its head as Edis faces down a Hanzo and Zenyatta here. Amplification, Supercharger, pardon me, will be dropped, and the Gravitic Flux as well. They really, 4th Dimension, want to win this fight.
Yeah, 40 needed to win that fight, otherwise they have to travel so much to get to that payload, and additionally they would have lost a lot of time doing so. They needed to get it across the line, but did they need both tank ultimates? I'm not sure, but that's a fight you can't afford to lose, so I can forgive it. Next fight, right, let's look at this. 4D, they don't really have much. They probably will need to make some composition changes. 5G has some really great opening tools, but no real win conditions.
Yeah, well, Chaos goes really low there. A D-Mech would have been perfectly ideal for 4th D, but it wasn't to be, as this rotation onto the high ground is stifled by that halt there. NKZ will pick up Edis as well, but Braven has his number had by the Tracer in the back line. Holy Pig doing the God's work here and becoming transcendent as they do pick up 3 kills for 5th Dimension and hold on to this choke point, which is going to be oh so brutal for 4th Dimension to now break through.
Yeah, Braven finally going to the Tracer. It's going to be hard. Yeah, they have to walk through this area. They're going to have to walk into an Amp Matrix and a Deadeye as well. I want to see either of those ultimates committed early. I don't want both of them. Just one of the two committed early, and we'll see what happens.
Well, as you wrote it there, the Amplification Matrix is down early and the Pulse Bomb ready to go. The Dragons, however, from Disperse gets gobbled up by Chaos. Tremendous reflexes from them to stave off the pressure that lets them stay on this high ground. Edis, as you said, has this Deadeye ready to go, but Julo does take out Chase there as they shatter. Braven picking up a kill of their own as well as Chaos is demeched right in the thick of battle. Will go down within a couple seconds, and the defense did have all the advantages there, but Fourth Dimension somehow made it work.
Yeah, and they'll have a Gravitic Flux as well for the next fight. They'll Supercharger to build up all the rest of their ultimates, and Transcendence should be online. It depends how fast 5G engage and how Draco pokes. I think Draco will have it online. 5G, they've got a Deadeye to get themselves in and maybe a Pulse Spawn, but that's really it. There's nothing conclusive that I can tell you that 5G can use to get into this next fight. It just needs to be a nice opening Deadeye for some space.
Yeah, something has to give here, some heroics, but they need to touch the point first. The contest only just coming in the nick of time here as a Gravitic Flux might force everyone off the payload. The High Noon takes out NKZ, and a stick onto Disperse finishes him off as well. Andrew takes out the Immortality Field, forgive me, as Edis is barreling forward now to try and deal with Braven on that Tracer, who has their own Pulse Bomb to go, but the defense have just about stabilized and have sent Fourth Dimension packing.
Yeah, Draco will have that Transcendence still for the next fight, but 5D, they needed a hero play. Both of the DPS stepped up to get one on Draco's Transcendence. It's forced out early. It can't be used aggressively.
Oh, disaster. He's used his Transcendence to get out. That being said, Braven goes to work and finds a stick target there, which means a quick re-engage for 4th D might not be the worst thing in the world. A beat does come out as the Dragons from Disperse are lapped on top. We'll find a pick onto Sobek as well, who dropped that sound barrier as well. Julo picking up a kill of their own and now does drop that amplifier, the supercharger, forgive me, as the barreling forward onto Chase, who's got to hold shield and hope for the best here. Some heroics have to come out from the DPS once more. Fifth Dimension look to their carries as Julo goes very low to that pulse bomb, but it's not to be no final blow, and the payload rolls on through.
Yeah, I don't think Fifth Dimension will be too sad though, right? Because this time Mike already beats him pretty much, right? There's no way 4D are going to cap this in maybe 40 seconds. That's not going to happen. And the ultimate economy is relatively even. Both teams have got ultimates that are great for the opening fight, but still not much conclusive to get fight-winning conditions. Chaos, though, if they get staggered, will land an opening to 4D.
Yeah, no D.Va really to speak of here, as Jula will take out Baby D.Va. That might actually have been a gift in disguise for Fifth Dimension. Gonna let them reassess and reset a little faster. Pulse Bomb will get the Immortality Field out from Ilp, but no casualties for Fifth Dimension as of yet. They've just got to bide their time until their D.Va's back.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of a break in the fight. Actually says though, coming in, here comes the engagements, here comes the brawl. Who will take this map?
Well, at the moment, everyone from Fifth Dimension is just seeing off the danger. Sobek goes to the payload, however, and gets taken out by Braven, who is pushing it on their lonesome. High Noon out from Edis doesn't net them anything, but does slightly take the foot of Fourth Dimension off the gas a little bit, as Chase is still biding their time up on this high ground, stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, not really sure what to do. The go button has been pressed, however, for Fifth Dimension. Drops the shatter, but no one's on the ground there, and the Dragons come out to see Chase away, forcing him back and forcing the Immortality Field to come down to his aid. Amplification Matrix now for Ilp will come out and is halted away and off that high ground, but the picks are through for Holy Pig. Finds two, and Edis wants one as well. Will pick up one of their own, and a minute on the clock for Fourth Dimension, and realistically some ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they've definitely got an opportunity to capture all 3 points. Fifth Dimension only have that self-destruct really. You can use that for some space, or you can maybe use that to try and target Draco at the back. That's going to be difficult because Draco is going to have the Transcendence, and Proki will be keeping an eye, hopefully, with that Immortality Field. And there's ultimates for 4D to work with. Like, you've got Supercharger, which is a great win condition. You've got self-destruct for some space as well, and Braven is a win condition on their own, especially when they have Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, no wasting time. Julo drops this supercharger down, but the self-destruct over the top from Chaos nets them very, very little, as Braven now does expend the Immortality Field as well, and it's NKZ's turn to drop the self-destruct, finds 2, and Froki picks up another one. That Amplification Matrix and that D.Va Bomb self-destruct doing so much work, and now it's going to be a case of contesting the payload and some miracles for Fifth Dimension.
Yeah, I don't think they can even get back out, but if they do, they will have a Deadeye, and Sobek is close to that sound barrier. I think they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they have to now. I mean, the Dragons go over the point. No one can touch, really. That was just a Hail Mary play from Fifth Dimension, but the time bank for Fourth Dimension is looking pretty meager.
Yeah, honestly, right? fifth dimension, you got 2.5 more minutes of the time bank. On the time bank, sorry. But with the nature of Junkertown, I wouldn't be worried. I think 4D, they've done well just to keep themselves in the map. They've got a little bit more momentum in this map than they have previously. So as long as they just keep themselves alive, just keep themselves going, they'll have a chance. The problem is they have to attack now. They have to set the win condition for 5D.
Yeah, and the thing is, 5D are likely going to hold really close again, which I think could, if they play it correctly, whittle down Fourth Dimension's time bank to overtime before they finish the first fight.
Yeah, that's the question right though as well, right? 4D, are they just going to put Sonic Arrow on a spawn and try and respond to that? Or are they just going to try and naturally build up their ultimate and try and just beat 5D's brawl? There's a question of here, what is going to be 4D's decision?
Yep, and they do swap straight away. Braven goes over to the Junkrat again as Holy Pig gets caught out, 23 HP, and a Dream in a lot of trouble. NKZ takes him out almost immediately. With Disperse finding a second kill, they waste no time in cleaning up these close spawn camping tactics that Fifth Dimension tried to utilize. Fool me once, shame on me, etc., etc., say 4th D, and they will keep this payload moving.
Yeah, Braven's gonna go over to the Widowmaker, I believe, and Edith won't match that. No, they're gonna go Tracer. Okay, interesting. So we're gonna go full poke from 5D, and 4D are gonna do something a little bit different here as they try to, keep this double shield composition, keep compact.
Yeah, I think you want Braven on this Tracer as well because of the carry potential that they do have when they play that hero. I think they've been so solid on this Tracer this entire series, and we are now in an overtime pinch. Someone has to stay on this payload, and it's gonna be Julo on this Orisa holding down the fort, but Braven falls. Julo will do too. Someone else has to step up to the plate and touch to contest. Andre takes out Ilk there, but Edis is in the back line, having a field day in the firing range, finds one, and his Hanzo compadre will pick up the second. Overtime is almost over, and that is quite the task to hold for 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, I really like Fifth Dimension's adaptation there. They know that they can't really run the brawl there unless they get everything perfect, especially when they have to travel such a distance to get to the point again and take that brawl. So they go into a poke competition of their own. Edis gets in that position to where they can actually just set up a firing range, and 5G can try and create some angles there, and that's exactly what they do. They get those angles set up, and Edis cleans shop there. 4D though? They get around a couple of corners. This isn't completely unwinnable for them. However, positives for them going forward, right? 5G are going to have a ringer for the most likely the rest of this series, so they're not going to be as comfortable. I mean, yeah, Edis is playing really, really well and is a great player, but it's not their usual hit scan DPS, is it, right? So that's something 4D can be comfortable with. And also the next map is for Sky Industries, which operates very similar to Nibani. A lot of double bubble, a lot of high ground to play around, and of course, 4D did win Nibani previously.
Yeah, and an interesting composition for Fourth Dimension here. They go with the Sigma Hog, which, as we've seen already from them, is just like damage and individual pop-off potential. So this could work out in their favor to just disrupt and make this as chaotic as possible. As Braven taking a really long sightline here, playing back, not getting overzealous, as does spot out Holy Pig on the right-hand side, poking and prodding themselves. Nothing to report yet, but this payload's still moving, Ocean.
Yeah, it's moving, but I think Fourth Dimension is waiting for their time to strike. They're going to set up a couple of different angles, and they have. LP is going to go down from Jula.
Yeah, they do, but Braven also falls here, a 5v5, which will favor the attackers more or less, but not a ridiculous advantage. Disperse steps up to the plate, however, and will take a kill themselves. Andre will fall, and NKZ claps back by taking out the Holy Pig, who gets resurrected. Numbers now thin for the defense. Something magical needs to come this way if they want to hold on to Junkertown, but with NKZ falling, a lone Hanzo in Disperse touches point in desperation, but it's not to be. And Fifth Dimension take Junkertown.
Yeah, 5D will take Junkertown, and we're kind of, going back and forth between the two teams. 5D taking map 1, a pretty strong map 2 for Fourth Dimension. Now, Junkertown going the way of Fifth Dimension. These two teams, as I said, you may think pretty self-explanatory. Fourth Dimension, the A team, Fifth Dimension, the B team. 5D having better performances in this tournament so far, and looking to take this match as well.
They do look way more comfortable, I think. When it comes to those clutch situations, it does look like they're a little more comfortable. And we saw 4D try to flex onto that Hog Sigma composition again. I'm not sure I love it, because I think it can be so easily dismantled by a team that is fairly coordinated. I mean, we saw the Roadhog got caught a little bit out of position there, sort of found himself on the wide edge of Junkertown, and it's an easy cleanup if you're not careful and excellently positioned. And I don't think 4D brought this strongest suit to Junkertown, but there is still plenty to play for here.
Yeah, 100%, right? I think for 4D, they just got to look to the next map. Volskaya Industries should be a map that theoretically suits them, right? Similar to Nabani, as I was saying before, lots of high grounds. Double Bubble is very viable. They look really strong in the competition, particularly on their defenses, right? They're always looking to press the charges against those bro compositions. So we'll see if that narrative kind of comes true and we maybe get our map 5.
We certainly might, but the difference I would say is that you can certainly make Brawl work a lot easier on Volskaya than you can on Numbani. So where 5th Dimension struggled a little bit to make their Brawl work on Numbani, they might find way more success going into Volskaya. This might be a clash of two compositions, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think Double Bubble has that slight edge, right? That's my personal opinion. However, 5D, they have an advantage in this series right now, right? They're the better team right now, and that confidence might help them, maybe dismantle that Double Bubble a bit, maybe isolate NKZ, maybe isolate Andrico, and then maybe 4th Dimension will be playing that Double Bubble as well as they could do.
Yeah, it certainly could be the case. I want to see Andre on that Ana again. I'm not sure that the Zenyatta is the play. I'm not sure that it's working out in their favor. We saw a couple iffy transcendences coming out on Junkertown as well that were just not quite as well placed as they could be, and it really put 4th Dimension on the back foot as far as time bank was concerned.
Yeah, and I was kind of leaning towards the settlement earlier that maybe Froki wasn't taking good enough care of Andrico, but I think it might be the other way around. I think Andrico is having a little bit of a poor time road sending with the rest of their team because it's happened on a couple of maps, and Froki themselves isn't going down that often and is staying with NKZ pretty tightly. So maybe Andrico might be a weakness that 5D want to have a look at.
Yeah, and that's why I think the Ana is the right pick, and it looks like that's what they're going to run, this 4th Dimension team, going to run with the Andre on the Ana. It means that you're a little more self-sufficient. We've said it already. It means that you can self-nade yourself. You've got that sleep dart to stave off some of the damage, but a mirror matchup comes this way, Ocean.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely interesting. I've never really seen Sobek play too much Brig. I mean, I think we saw a little bit of it recently, but I've never really seen it. So it's been an interesting matchup. I want to watch the mid supports, see how those rallies are getting built, and also see how they're setting up different players in their team and how they're setting the tempo of this match. Because Sky Industries is one of those maps that is all about tempo, similar to King's Row as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but it could be a case of save 6 ultimates and then push, because this is 2CP is dispersed under a little bit of pressure as he tries to build his own ultimate there, and NKZ happy to stay on this high ground and pressure out the rotations coming round to his right. Julo feels the heat, however, and does get back. Chase finds the pick onto Froki nonetheless. Will find Andre as well, does Edis, and the dominoes fall one by one. Blisteringly fast pace for 5th Dimension there, capping up first.
I'm a little worried for 4th Dimension right now. That did not look as confident as 4th Dimension usually are outside a game, as 4th Dimension usually are in-game, particularly with that double bubble. They never really got to engage on anything. 5th Dimension finds an opening to get onto that backline, that support line, and they got kills instantly, and it's happening again!
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day all over again, and Andre will fall first here. The support line for 4th Dimension really struggling with the pressure that's being applied onto them. That being said, Holy Pig now has to deal with that pressure just the same. Raven trades a pick out, but Julo will fall now, and a tick might be on the cards for them, especially with Froki going down, and Andre, only just back from spawn, has his number out as well. His goose is cooked. Raven does go for that heroic pulse bomb and picks up 1 kill for themselves, but it's got to be a quick reset to get back on this point.
Yeah, I wonder if if they can get some ultimates off 4D. They don't really have any soon, and 5D might just finish this right here, right now.
Well, just about touching in time there was Froki with that rally online, but their numbers up already. NKZ will find a pick, and Andre finds a nade kill onto Sobek here. Finally, some picks go in their favor, but it's 3v1 on the point. 5 whole minutes for Fifth Dimension on Volskaya.
Wow. If that isn't a statement to say, I'm winning this series right here, right now, I don't know what is. That was a 1 minute and 58 second round.
That is brutal. I mean, 5 minutes on the clock. What does that do to your mental if you're Fourth Dimension?
Yeah, you're already down in the series, and they lost both points to similar openings, right? That's backline got cancelled out 2 fights in a row, and it was a very fast snowball. Yeah, you almost got back into it, and yeah, it might not be the backline's fault, but what's the result? Your backline's dead. You don't have any support. And Fifth Dimension take both points of Sky Industries very fast.
Yeah, they do, and exactly like you just said, it's all good and well pointing fingers and saying, well, maybe Andre and Froki were out of position, but we can't tell the whole story, and we really just need the rest of the team to corral against and with their supports right now, as it's their turn to attack, and they really have to set a precedent here.
Disperse on the backfield here. One of the playmakers for 4D, one of the key playmakers so far in this tournament. Can they step up to the pick? Can any of Fourth Dimension step up to the pick? Because right now, they need a hero, they need a miracle, and they need to get something going, and fast.
Yeah, well, with Raven all the way in the back, could open something up, but Julo, feeling the heat, goes down immediately. Just wonderful focus fire from Fifth Dimension to see out the danger, and that's going to force everyone back. Your spearhead of the attack has gone, and Fifth Dimension want to keep pushing this. They want some ult charge. They've caught NKZ on the right-hand side there. Does manage to get out with a lot of charges. Chaos does fall here. The pendulum swings back in the favor of 4D, who might want to go quickly on this push ocean.
Yeah, LB's going to get that mega health pack and make sure that they control that room. The supports aren't isolated for now, which means that 4D might not have an opening that they want yet, but they can certainly build one from here.
Yeah, oh, good kill onto Braven there, and Disperse is up on high. Will trade back to get Edis, but Disperse needs some help. He's so low, will be taken out by Ilp there, and traded nanos online now for either tank. We've got a Monkey versus a Zarya here, as NKZ nearly has that Graviton Surge ready to go, but not so much as a tick capped up for 4D here. It's kind of disastrous when you think of how hard they fought to just not win that fight.
Yeah, the positives for 4D though, right, is you managed to get Rage out, and also Chaos is now stuck on the Wrecking Ball. This composition is not built for Wrecking Ball. You're going to have the compositional advantage in this next fight. You're going to have win conditions online. You're going to have Duplicate and Pulse Bomb to set up plays. I think I would personally set up the Pulse Bomb for a Graviton Surge play, but to do that, you need to get NKZ in the fight and doing damage, and they've struggled at that so far today.
Well, Graviton Surge out early from NKZ, and it's the team that presses Q first that comes out on top. The Pulse Bomb will take out Chaos there. Wonderfully done from 4D, ripping open the doors to Volskaya Point A, as Julo gets to hold on to his Primal Rage and a Duplicate, as well as the final staggers will come through, and that's going to be first point capped up.
Yeah, that's the perfect fight for Fourth Dimension, right? You use the Graviton Surge Pulse Bomb, that's all you use. Fifth Dimension invest their rally, trying to desperately save some of their comrades. It doesn't go well, so 5D only gonna have the Nano Boost to try and engage on that backline. That backline's gonna be relatively safe as they have the rally. Fourth Dimension, they have a chance to snowball here and make this time bank not look as bad.
Yeah, they certainly can, and with Julo on this Primal Rage, probably not going to want to wait too long for anyone of Fifth Dimension to build their ultimates up. Certainly with Disperse being pressured out here and had the better of him by Holy Pig there. Chase has the nano as well to boot, so we'll just be going all in on the backline as a wonderful sleep takes out Braven there with the aid of some reinforcements. Froki does take out Chase, but this is 2 CP, 1 kill just ain't going to cut it.
Yeah, I think that's it, really, and that was probably Fourth Dimension's potentially best chance to take point B of Sky Industries. The snowball opportunity was there, they had the ultimates online, but now look, 5D, they're going to have a Pulse Bomb line for the next fight, they're going to potentially have a rally, and their own Duplicate, right, and with these easier spawns for Fifth Dimension, or quicker respawns, 4D are in trouble. I think they might have lost their best chance.
Yeah, they certainly might have, especially with Chase having this Primal Rage, which can just stall forever. I mean, it's a net 1000 HP to go onto the point and stall it out. And when you're talking about 2 CP, every kill has to come in nice and quickly. Disperse does have this duplicate ready to go, however, and is just immediately taken out. Still hasn't had the chance to use it. Julo in trouble there, slept up and anti-naded, forced out. This is not going to be a fight that 4D want to take. They do take out Edis, and the Primal Rage comes through and takes out Froki as well. Chase just wants to nip this one in the bud and end it right here, right now. But the Graviton Surge comes out and a double Pulse Bomb kill. Julo with the Primal Rage as well. Braven and Julo are turning this around. They need to move quickly here though, Ocean.
Yeah, watch the duplicate for this next fight. The 2 Echoes are ready to go. They will decide this team fight.
Well, the duplicate gets taken out already. NKZ has the nano boost on him, and that beam is just going to do so much damage. 1 tick on the board, and a duplicate for 4D here. Disperse wants to keep this one alive, going for those pulse bombs in droves, but nets them very little as they are now forced back out. The Holy Pig finds that focus in being killed onto Julo, and it's a reset after they invested everything.
Yeah, and they don't have anything really next fight apart from the rally to get them walking in. They at least have 2 minutes on the clock for 4th Dimension. 5D will have a Graviton Surge Pulse Bomb combination of their own.
Yeah, they do, and Braven getting straight in there. A Pulse Bomb onto Andraco will finish that off, though, with the aid of the Graviton Surge. That being said, 4th Dimension find a quick triple kill and keep this series alive as they do start to take this up now.
If they can touch 5th Dimension, right? 40 already have lost a member, but I don't think it's gonna be there. 40 keep themselves alive.
They do, and again, though, it's the same as Junkertown. 1 minute 30 on the clock to 5 minutes. That is quite insane.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting here, right? So 40, they keep themselves alive in the series. However, 1 minute 34 compared to 5 minutes 2 is a lot, because that's probably like another 1 or 2 big opportunities and maybe another semi-opportunity, right? Where you're going to have the ultimate economy in your favor, or just another chance for your opponent to make a mistake, right? We saw 4th Dimension on their defense make a lot of errors, and they were rightfully so punished by 5th Dimension, their sort of brother or sister team, right? So looking at this going forward, right? 40, 1 minute 34. They've got to get a dominant point A, maybe save some of those ultimates, maybe like Nano Winston, right? That's all you invest. And then you have Rally, you have Graviton Surge, and Pulse Bomb for point B. That would be something that can keep 4th Dimension in the series. 5D is a lot more open for them when they attack, but 5th Dimension right now, they have to hold strong, at least try and keep 4th Dimension from capping those points.
Yeah, I mean, I think for 4D, you have to cap both points for this series to be kept alive. Otherwise, you need a monstrous defense, and that's not something that they've shown us so far, but wasting no time, pressuring up the point and forcing Chase back might be a good start. It allows some space to get onto this high ground here as Julo does try and occupy it with Disperse, finding that right-click kill onto the Holy Pig. Chase very low as well, forced to back into a corner, will go down, and 4D spring into action and breathe some life into this attack. We'll be getting at least 1 tick, and I think with Chaos going down, that's gonna be first point.
That's the perfect team fight for them. They don't even have to use any ultimates whatsoever. And KZ will be able to get into the next fight a little bit more charged up than usual and build up the grab. They're gonna have nano boost to not only get themselves into the fight, but also build up that primal rage if they need some extra sustainability. 5D will have nothing.
Yeah, they are in a little bit of trouble, but the engage comes from 5th Dimension. They don't want to hang around and allow 4D to get into the perfect spot to initiate this fight. No choice but to back off, however, as now nanoed NKZ, not Julo, who gets anti-naded and burnt down. The Primal Rage, though, takes out 2, and Julo takes a nap and think about what he does. Good trades back, however, from 5th Dimension as Braven dropped their own Pulse Bomb. This is total chaos and pandemonium, but Braven find 4 final blows to keep this alive and might finish with time if they're quick here.
Winston comes out how hard the defense.
They are backing off and trying to reset just in the nick of time here. The duplicate comes out early from 5D, though, to try and disrupt and disable this attack coming through. The duplicate ends and no ultimate to speak of, but some good cleave damage initially here. And obviously no ultimates available. Disperse gets the better of his Echo counterpart. However, trade onto Julo will come through, and a purple onto Chaos. Fourth Dimension, they're doing it. They're turning the series on their heads, and Chase now has to Primal Rage for a miracle. In the backline, gets booped away. Braven finds a stick as well as NKZ has burst into life this Volskaya map. The final staggers are through, and Fourth Dimension double cap.
They've actually done it. Fourth Dimension will clear both points. I mean, they're gonna try Fifth Dimension, but 4D, get it up. 4 extra rounds. I mean, the only positive right now I can think 5D is, you've got 5 minutes, right? You want to cap with above a minute, right? And, you've got a condition set for you. You know what you have to do. However, you'll also be offsetting that 1 minute and 34 seconds was enough for Fourth Dimension to take both points of Volskaya Industries.
This is why we have EU tournaments, ladies and gentlemen. It is non-stop, wall-to-wall action. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Volskaya Industries. Fourth Dimension are keeping their bracket run alive here. But Fifth Dimension really have to come up with something special. They need to finish with some good time. And Fourth Dimension's defense has looked shaky.
It was good on Bonnie, right? 4D is a team that does favor their defense, right? However, they just made 2 critical mistakes on their defense of Volskaya Industries, leading 5D to cap in 1 minute and 58 seconds, both points. 4D are going to have to play a lot better here.
Yep, we do just have a momentary lapse on the feed there, but we are back. No worries. The action does not stop here in this tournament. A tentative wrap around here as Disperse pressured out, but Julo swaps places with Chase going into the backlines there. Both monkeys, battered and bruised, will go back. And now this posture up on the right-hand side to go in. Set sights on NKZ, who falls immediately. And Chase anti-naded up, but finds a pick in hand, looking pretty healthy and capping up this point. Raven now stepping up to the plate. Can they hit a home run? Disperse in trouble around the coastal side of Volskaya as Julo also finds himself backed into a corner. Finally, the staggers will disperse, ironically, and Fifth Dimension will have point A.
Again, I've been saying this a lot, right? That's a perfect first fight for Volskaya Industry. Point A for Fifth Dimension. They're setting themselves up well. They're going to have the nano boost to get themselves into the fight. And then they'll maybe have some other options like the duplicate and the graviton surge to seal the deal.
Yeah, but Andre almost has their own nano boost to go, so this might not be as disastrous as we may initially think, as Sleep goes slightly wide there from Ilp, not looking so great. The fight is posturing up on the top right-hand side, and the nano boost is on as well. Stick from Braven keeps us alive, and NKZ will fall, however, so a tick in hand for Fifth Dimension. Disperse wants to do just that, however, and the defense holding strong despite being down a pick. Froki will fall, but when all is said and done, Fourth Dimension are holding on to this.
Yeah, that's a pretty good fight for both teams. I think both teams will be relatively happy and positive about this. Next time, both teams, getting what they want in Fifth Dimension, get a tick, and they keep some of their main, most important ultimates, duplicate, graviton surge, rally, all going to be online next fight. They basically got a tick by just using Nanobase 4D. They have some ultimates to make this fight as long as possible. Rally, duplicate, and primal rage. So it's all about sustainability for them and prolonging the fight because they have those faster respawns.
Yeah, again, 4D, though, they're looking to their damage dealers to do something heroic and crazy, but it might be Edis who has that initiative to go for something special here. Pulse Bomb in hand, the Graviton Surge is dropped, and the Pulse Bomb goes wide, doesn't find NKZ, who will live to fight another day, but that day is short-lived as he will fall down eventually. Julo finds the Primal Rage kill onto Ilp, and it's back and forth once more. The fight is an all-out brawl, complete chaos, as Julo will fall, presumably no tick available for them now as Chase is turning this around, finds 2 kills. Disperse, claps back, and finds Sobek there on the Brigitte, who will fall as Froki finds their time in the sun as well, holding onto it with their grip at the moment. Fourth Dimension.
Yeah, 5D, they'll be gutted to not get anything out of that fight, really. And Fourth Dimension, they'll be feeling comfortable right now. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. If 5D want to stop 4D from attacking it again, and lock this up right now for themselves pretty much. They got to get it in the next minute and 20 seconds, and I don't think that's very likely because they have not got much to work with, just a nano boost and a pulse bomb for the offense right now.
Yeah, I think they need an eco push here, but like you said, that whittles down the time bank even more, so it's gonna have to be just a nano. A wonderful pulse bomb there from Edis does end up on the shield, however, of the Brigitte, opening up by taking out Jula, but Braven, once again, the man of the hour, just swings this back in their favor. A Graviton Surge as well onto Chase, seals the deal, and 2 minutes on the clock. Braven will fall, but Fifth Dimension, they don't want to push this surely. With an anti-nade going on to Chaos as well, NKZ having his number, that's going to be all that fight wrote. Wait, Julo, NKZ, oh yeah, no, they're just holding on. They're happy. I thought that was going to be a re-engage.
Yeah, that would be a little bit interesting. 5G ultimates for this next fight. They've got that Graviton, Storage, and the Rally. Those are ultimates that they're going to enjoy to have. However, Fourth Dimension, support ultimates to keep them alive. But all they need to do is play this prolonged fight and stay alive. Bring this time bank down and they'll get to go again. Or they can win this right here, right now.
It certainly could, and Chase has been spotted out on this left-hand side, so that's going to call the attention of the defense onto him as Braven just building another pulse bomb. A good timed engage here. The Primal Rage comes down to stifle that rally as the Graviton Surge doesn't catch anyone there. Andre will fall to the pulse bomb, however, and now a traded pulse bomb goes back and forth. Edis clutching up and stepping in, will find 2 picks here, but Disperse isn't done just yet and duplicates that. Winston finding that disruption and chaos on the point. A Graviton Surge out now from the defense, but Ilp happy to keep everyone alive and kicking on that point. They're finally breaking the dam of the defense now. It's just the Primal Rage from Braven back will swing this fight by taking out Ilp. It's all to play for and it's chaotic, but Julo is stepping up. Holy Pig takes out Disperse and still no tick available with 20 seconds on the clock. This has to be a reset from 50 if they want to win this fight.
Yeah, they gotta get out of here, right now, if they want to have another chance, but I don't think they want to give up on it. And 4D will win this fight with 10 seconds remaining. 5 to touch at least.
It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to touch it. Has to be from Chase, who has got that Primal online and will be immediately sent back to spawn. Now it's got to be the Wrecking Ball to touch here. Chaos doing just what his name implies, but Julo has sealed down the point and has an Iron Fist on it. We're going to a map 5, baby.
Yeah, we're going to a map 5 between these two excellent dimension teams. It feels like a match from another dimension, right? So 4D, honestly, I thought they were down and out, right? But
yeah.
Fifth Dimension kept both points within a minute and 58 seconds. That is an insane amount of time to capture both times. That's so fast, right? And you would think right there, right now, when 5D are already leading the series, this would be over, right? It would just be done, right? But 4D had the best mental fortitude I've ever seen from those players in particular to keep themselves in the map, keep themselves in the series, keep themselves calm, and now they are reaping the rewards. We're going to map 5.
We are indeed just on the other side of this break. I'm sure you at home need a minute to process what just happened. I know the teams do before we head to map 5, but don't go anywhere. The decider is just coming up after this. It is all to play for here on the losers bracket final. We are going to a map 5. I will say I called it. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that. 5th Dimension facing off versus 4th Dimension. And what an incredible series we've had so far, Ocean.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna take a little bit of credit for myself. This map pool was created by me and Thorstein, right? You know, 3 streamed games, right? We've got 2 map 5s, and the other one was Shoes Money Crew rolling over 4D, right? So I'm taking that as, 100% guaranteed map 5, ultimate map pool galore, right? We're gonna take it as that.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to patent this map pool as your own. I mean, Braven really looking incredible going, just coming from Volskaya Industries. The carry potential from Braven was insane. I mean, we saw the play of the game, the 4K that they pulled out in the death there when they really needed it most, 4th Dimension, to keep this series alive. There has been some really heroic plays.
Yeah, 100%. They needed heroic plays. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this map 5 situation. They were in a situation where 5D had just captured both points in 1 minute 58 seconds. I can't believe that they came back from that multiple times on their offense, on their defense, on their second defense. 4D stayed strong and will go to our map 5.
Yeah, and I think if 4th D bring this to the map 5, it is going to be frightening if you're 5th Dimension. They just looked to never give up whenever they were down a pick, 4th Dimension. They just always clawed it back, and it was scrappy, and it's hard to play against because you never know where all of the spread out 1v1s are happening, and that just means that anything could happen as we head to this 5th map.
Yeah, the positives for 5D, right, is it's Control, which is a map they beat 4D on earlier. 4D have been struggling on Control in this entire tournament. They lost to Incendia earlier yesterday and when they played on Busan. They lost at 5D on Oasis, and they're going to be going to Nepal, which is mostly a brawl map as far as I'm concerned, and 5D have looked the better brawl team.
Yeah, they have. That being said, we do have Sanctum on Nepal, so that could be where the Wrecking Ball Diva come back in for 4D, and I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the composition for how it's working with 4th Dimension at the moment, but they could pull it out and make it work on a map that is hand-tailored for them, and that is where we're starting right now. It's all to play for. Which dimension is coming out on top?
Yeah, so we're now going to patent the game from another dimension from this tournament, right? 4D will be happy. This is the map they probably wanted to flex their Bull Diva on. This is probably the best map for it here. 5D, they're just sticking with their Brawl.
Yeah, which is fine, right? You just rotate over into the Mega Health Pack, or rather, they're going on the right-hand side to take the fight to the Poke comp. This is going to be difficult with Disperse on the Echo, who's been oh so solid so far. And with Braven finding a pick already, this man is on form and on fire. We'll find one. Froakie does fall, however, gets a pick back in the favor of the Brawl comp, who are just going to turtle up on this point, presumably, and try and stave off some of this damage. The go button has been pushed, however. Immortality Field is baited out by Ilp. Disperse will fall without the aid of the Mercy Pocket, however, and picks in favor of 5D now, who have got their hold on this point. NKZ will take a short walk off a long pier, as will Edis there, thanks to Julo, but the picks are 5th Dimension and they have the point.
Yeah, a little bit of a flashback to our first round of Control earlier in this series than Oasis University. 4D just struggling to find the right opening to get anything done. Maybe they could get something now as 5D look to set up some plays. However, it just isn't quite working out for them.
Yeah, they're going to really struggle to get out of these choke points, especially if Chase is barreling towards you. It does take a bit of a pounding, however, and the Immortality Field is out pretty early for 5th Dimension, forcing them to be a little bit more tentative as they go for this re-engage here. Chase just holding down the fort, and the Amplification Matrix is down now, forcing everyone from 4th Dimension back, except for Andre. Gets caught out a little bit, but Julo on the point, pressuring that out and splitting this 5th Dimension Brawl up and spreading them a little thin. Ultimately, however, no gain from them as a beautiful flashbang there finishes off Braven, and the Brawl comp holding strong at the moment.
Yeah, 5G looking so strong right now. And Draco again caught out. We saw this on Volskaya. However, they were able to patch it up. We saw this on our first map. We saw this so much and so many times in this series. And Draco really struggling to make this series their own. And 5D already 60, 70% on counting. They have some tools still in this next fight.
Oh, Pulse Bomb comes down, but a well-timed Immortality Field means that there's just not really anything for Braven to pick up here. Juno is back, mind you, drops the mines, and with no Immortality Field for those, it is quite literally a minefield over there. Walking on eggshells are the Brawl comp, who now only have the beat to keep them alive, and that's dueling with a Transcendence right now from Andraco, who has dropped that down, and Chase is being battered and bruised from every angle there. Will fall to the minefield, and the high noon from Edis doesn't catch anything out right now. Finally, 4th Dimension get their time in the sun and will flip this point, but 99% on the board for 5th Dimension.
Yeah, 99%. Only one more team fight and they will take the pole. Sanctum, they're making a couple of switches to their compositions. They're going to use the Tracer to try and duel Braven, because Braven's obviously really irritating this 5th Dimension lineup, and they always have to keep an eye on them. Julo trying to build up to that minefield is just about going to get out.
It was really close though, right? So Froakie lets this rally go nice and early, just keeping everyone bulky and healthy at the face of that Amplification Matrix. Self-destruct now coming in, but everyone from 5D happy to turtle up and play back, just stave off the damage for now and then re-engage. Julo caught a little unawares there in his half HP, forced back. Will be able to grab this mega health back, but now is feeling the pressure as he is forced all the way around the map. He will go ring around the rosy happening there as the payload, the point now being pressured out. NKZ demeched and in trouble now as the Brawl comp does have their time on this point and have flipped it. Overtime is here. The flashbang, Fan the Hammer, very nearly takes out Julo here in a Transcendence. Well timed from Andre. Will keep this alive. Disperse will fall, who came back on the Doomfist, but Braven finds a Pulse Bomb kill on himself and Holy Pig there. The Shatter finishes off Julo, and overtime is nearly up. There's only 2 members remaining now from 4th Dimension. Froakie will fall. The overtime ends up as a null, and 5th Dimension will take this first point on a Nepal.
Yeah, 5th Dimension just looked a little bit more comfortable than 4D there, and you would think 4D, their composition is pretty strong on that map. You'd feel that maybe if they're not comfortable there, they're not going to be comfortable for the rest of this map, and maybe they're going to have to suck it up. Maybe they're going to have to take that Brawl Mirror matchup, which it looks like they might have to do. It looks like they might actually act on that.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. If you can't win with the ball poke, surround and conquer tactic on Sanctum, you gotta switch it up for these more brawly style points that you have to fight over. And well played from Fourth Dimension to realize what isn't working and adapt mid-match. They have to win this though to keep this alive, otherwise they will go home and Fifth Dimension will advance to take on Shoes Money Crew in our grand finals.
Yeah, we're set up for a Brawl Mirror match. If you'd expect this to be Fifth Dimension's map, you'd expect this to go the way of Fifth Dimension. However, 4D have overcome the odds multiple times as a team and in this tournament as well, in this series as well. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, well, a punch in from Holy Pig is just the go button for 5D. They are barreling forward, force the Immortality field out nice and early, and Chase is low, but he knows he's got the support of his team, and is just doing untold amounts of damage on this point. The dominoes fall, the tactical crouch is in from the Holy Pig. They know they won that fight in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah, and they look so much more comfortable now. They look like the team that wants to head to Grand Finals. 4D, at times, they look like the team that wants to head to Grand Finals. But too many times in this series, either Andrico gets picked up, NKZ doesn't look hungry enough, and it just sometimes just gets left to the DPS. And the DPS, they can't do it every fight, right? Because you're going up against Edis and Holy Pig, and that makes things even more difficult.
Yeah, well, pressured out is Holy Pig on 23 HP, just getting out there. Amplification Matrix will be dropped from either side here, and a big punch in finishes off Braven and slows this down. NKZ wasting no time, however, does find a pick of their own, but Edis wants to get involved as well. The pendulum swings once more as Froggy will find a pick of their own, and Julo getting involved as well. The High Noon is sent wayward by Edis, doesn't net them anything, but the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for Fifth Dimension here. Self-destruct just to reset that mech up, presumably, as this stall is going to keep on going, Ocean.
Yeah, so that goes down, and they're going to try and get Edis back into the fight with Chase Torch, and that might get a little bit more percentage for them, and actually will let them a kill into Brave, as this fight might open up yet again.
It certainly might. Well, it looked like it for just a second there. Froakie will fall as well to Chase, pulling out some absolutely monstrous performances on Nepal right here, but finds themselves in a spot of bother. Will have to pin out as another D-Mech comes down onto Chaos. Finally, Fourth Dimension can take a moment and breathe as they do flip the point there.
Yeah, but 70%-ish for Fifth Dimension. They probably need maybe 1.5 fights for them to go and take this series and book their place in the Grand Finals. For 4D, I mean, you're going to have a self-destruct for this next fight and an amp matrix to maybe make the opening of this fight easier for you. And Fifth Dimension don't have anything themselves in that vein. But other than that, win condition going to be Blizzard. Not going to be online for a while.
Yeah, certainly not. With this High Moon looming overhead for Edis here, 95% and counting for the Cowboy, who now has it ready to go, and that is, yeah, they're going in. Dueling Amplification Matrixes again as Chase caught out by NKZ's micro missiles through that brutal 1080p window. Just going to finish him off immediately and stave off this attack just a little longer, and that's going to allow for the ultimates for Fourth Dimension to come through. A High Noon will get eaten up by Edis there, however, and a Blizzard gets completely eradicated by the fact that the flashbang comes down as a self-destruct finishes off Chase again. So very close this fight, but Fourth Dimension on top once more.
I mean, 40, they win that last fight, but they had to use everything. They lost their Blizzard, they lost their Deadeye, they lost their Shatter, self-destruct, everything. They've got an Amp Matrix, that's it. It's all they're going to have, and 5D are in a great position to take this next team fight. But 4D, they've held strong, they've overcome the odds before many times. Can they do it again?
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking to Braven in those situations. Beautifully timed Amplification Matrix again, and a Shatter comes down. Finds Julo on the ground there. Black pressure is on. Andrico will fall, and now Holy Pig is the one that they're looking to turn this around. Edis finds a kill as well, and right at the death, the DPS of Fifth Dimension come in clutch. They're doing it. They're flipping the fight, and there might not be another touch.
I mean, even if they do touch, right, they're going to have to deal with a Deadeye, a Meteor Shock, which means that Holy Pig's going to be playing a little bit more aggressive and looking for those picks on maybe a Draco who's been juggling this series. Like, Chaos has a self-destruct as well. It's going to have to be maybe the Spurs building up a Blizzard if Fourth Dimension are going to get anything out of this series.
Yeah, High Noon doesn't get anything for Edith, and that's the start if you want to do something, but Braven goes down, someone that they look to so often to win these scrappy, bratty fights. They don't get anything here, and the Holy Pig is in the thick of it now. Self-destruct does bat a lot of them away as a shatter sent wayward there from Julo, nets them nothing. Overtime well and truly here, they gotta put this Blizzard down, and a self-destruct will make some space for Fifth Dimension to retake. Braven back on the Doomfist, however, finds that baby Diva Chaos, and Julo finds a pick of their own as well. The beat comes out to seal the deal for Fourth Dimension. It could not be closer here as desperation strikes. Someone has to touch. They don't quite do it, and it's just telling of the series that this is going to the third point on Nepal.
We didn't think any of the DPS were going to be able to come up clutch for Fourth Dimension, but they actually do. Disperse, throws the Blizzard out, forces 5G to give up so much space, and that's enough time for Braven to get into the fight and actually kill Chaos while they're remaking on that Diva, and that's the opening 40 needed to not only get back into the series and win Shrine, but take us to Village, take us to the last round of Map 5. This is going down to the wire.
It couldn't be closer here, and this is all to play for. It's a spot in the grand finals. Fifth Dimension, the underdogs coming in. Fourth Dimension, the alphas coming in, has been brought to the ropes more times than we can count. But here on Nepal, what is said goes. This is the final point of the series, and Fifth Dimension getting stuck in nice and early, just holding this high ground. They sniff out the rotation potentially coming in, and it's a bit of a dummy from Fourth Dimension, kind of well played positionally from them as both teams playing chess with each other at the moment, but Fourth Dimension pull the trigger and want to go in. Fifth Dimension say hell no though, take out Julo, and the Immortality Field doesn't quite catch him. He will fall, and the May will follow. Braven also going down to the Doomfist of Holy Pig, and Fifth Dimension have first cap.
Yeah, perfect team fight for Fifth Dimension. Fourth Dimension's composition is the May reboot, right? Where you kind of want to make your opponent walk onto you. And 5Z, they took the space nice and early, which meant that, 4D have to walk onto them. If 4D have to walk onto them, their composition is just a little bit worse at that, and you can get caught out pretty easily. And that's exactly what 5G were able to utilize in that last fight. They're also going to have the Amplification Matrix online a little bit earlier, which means they'll have a small opening where they can just destroy 4D if they get stuck in any chokes or stuck in any hesitant decisions.
Yeah, and that's going to secure the High Noon as well, coming out for critical chase. Gets a little overzealous there and is forced forward. The shatter comes down, is blocked nice and early as Braven does find a pick there onto the Doomfist. Edith in the backline though, caught out by Braven as well, the stalwart defender of the backline. Fourth Dimension capping up this point, will get the flip, and now it's got to be a reset from Fifth Dimension.
Yeah, I mean, they got the remake from Chaos, so they have the tools to potentially come back in here. They just got to be patient and wait for that opening. The problem is they're walking into a blizzard, and that can be devastating.
Well, the beat's going to stave that off just for now, but that's going to quickly dissipate. Self-destruct out from Chaos, and the High Noon as well takes out both damage dealers. A Blizzard on the point will even this up, however, and it's scrappy and chaotic. Andre finds a pick onto his Baptiste opponent, as well as Julo finds a pick of their own. Fourth Dimension holding on to this as much as Chaos kicks and screams.
Yeah, however, KC now with the Buddy Blaster desperately trying to bring it back, but I think 5D might have done enough. The Immortality Field, though, keeping it alive for 4D.
Yeah, and Braven's back on the field with this Death Blossom. You do not want to face that down when the fight gets chaotic and resources are low. Immortality Field still online though, and Braven slightly misjudged that situation. Will get taken out themselves as Julo coming back on just to stall now, a matter of time. Disperse finds a pick of their own, and NKZ cuts back as well. Bratty and Brawly is this fight once more, but Fifth Dimension will turn it around.
Yeah, the only plus side for 4D that I can really think is you kept control of that point for the entirety of that fight, which means that you will have a couple of opportunities to get back into this. However, Fifth Dimension currently controlled the point in 40, using a lot of resources in the previous fight, most namely that Death Blossom. So one of your more simplified win conditions isn't in the window here. However, 5D, they don't have much here either. They've got a Soundbar to keep themselves alive, and maybe another Shatter from K-Storage. Yeah,
all eyes on the Shatter. It catches both the supports, and they fall nice and early. Perfect scenario coming out for Fifth Dimension as they throw throw down the beat as well to keep everyone healthy and happy as they stave off this attack for now. And this looks like a brutal stagger onto NKZ, who's desperately trying to get back to the team.
Oh, this is brutal. This might be series done here, this stagger. NKZ might be just couldn't, maybe, I mean, there was definitely an opportunity to get off the map, but just couldn't quite do it. 4D, it's going to be difficult for them to take the space now. It's probably last fight. If they don't do it now, 5D will be going to your grand final.
Yeah, but only a self-destruct and potentially a meteor strike online for 5D here, facing down a lot of ultimates. Chaos drops that self-destruct right on top of 4th Dimension, and the uppercut out of the immortality field will finish off Andre here. Meteor strike down on top of the point as well, contesting that and keeping it going. The flip is through for 4th Dimension, and they do have control right now. Not ideal if you're 5D. Now the self-destruct out from NKZ. Nets very little here, and the May wall is brutal. Brazen drops that Death Blossom, and Chase will trade him out, but dies shortly thereafter. Final fight right now.
Chaos does get off the map, so that means 5D will have one more opportunity. This is last fight, 99, last round of the Polar Map 5. Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to take their team to the grand finals? Ilpi has an amplification mentions. Is that going to be the win condition for 5D?
Oh, well, Edis triggers that overtime here, but a May wall means that they struggle to get onto the point, and a shadow does go down, but Chase is frozen up. The immortality field comes out to help everybody, and Brazen opens this fight up by taking out the Doomfist here. Braven once more, the heroics that we know him for through this series is doing it, turning the fight on its head. The Reaper quite aptly signaling death for 5th Dimension, as 4th Dimension will be going to the grand finals.
Well, in the game from another dimension, we had Map 1 go the way of 5th Dimension in 3 rounds. We had a very interesting and bonny 5th Dimension having to sub out their hit scan player after some technical difficulties. 4D take that. Junker time. Going to additional rounds, 5D win that there. 4D take the most Sky Industry an absolute thriller of a map. And then finally, we get to round 3 of map 5, 99, and it's Braven and 4D that take the cake.
Well, I mean, a sigh of relief from 4th Dimension, but your heart has to go out to 5D there, who, like you said, were really up against the elements today. They had to sub out one of their hit scan players and get a ringer in. That is going to set you back a little bit, but they kept on fighting to the death, and it looked like they were going to take Nepal there at the end as well. If it weren't for, like I said, the bringer of death, Braven, on that Reaper, who has been so consistent this entire series. And it's well-deserved for 4D, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to slow things down now. And I appreciate now we've got final between 4D and She's Money Crew. Replay of our winners finals. Who's going to take the cake there? I'm not so sure. I mean, She's Money Crew were dominant earlier, but 4D, they'll have a little bit more confidence after having to scrape to win that, because 5D, they had multiple opportunities to win that. They'll be good if they didn't win that. They could have closed it out on Volskaya, they could have closed it out on Nepal, but didn't quite have the mental fortitude to do it. Credit to 4D though, they win that matchup and will take themselves to the winners final. The grand finals now.
The grand finals, indeed, and that will be coming up on this channel, so stick around. We're going to go to a short break, but we'll see you on the other side.
If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows. It's what we know, gets too comfortable. No space for the tangible, we get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone when you're logging on? If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you please know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Please let makes your head spin, pretty as a new star.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a special guest for our pre-show here. We have Bame One himself. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Have you been keeping up with the tournament today, or have you just been rooting for Shoes Money Crew and their games?
No, I've tuned into Shoes Money Crew. I saw him roll in that first game today, and then that last matchup was amazing, wasn't it? It was nice to see Bravin play. He's a fan of the channel, so I was glad to see him pop off at the end there on that tracer.
Oh, wicked! Yeah, I mean that was insane. Go ahead, Ocean.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly ask a question because you're obviously a streamer for Shoes Money Crew, right? So you're gonna pay attention to those. Tell me a little bit about working with Shoes Money Crew, the people around them.
Oh, they're great. I hang out mostly with the content creators, and they're a great set of people to work with. I really enjoy hanging out with them. We help each other out. We do some charity events. We did a staff game together once. It was real fun. Just kind of talking back and forth. It's been a great experience, and it's been really good for me to learn more about tier 2, right? Like it's kind of hard to get into if you're coming from the outside. So
Yeah.
just getting a lot to learn from them. Yep.
No, I agree with you completely. Like, it's a good way in, and putting faces to the names also helps. So that's really cool. I mean, my question to you, Bame, is how come you're not playing today? Are you just sore shoulder, or how come you're not starting for Shoes Money Crew?
Yeah, I haven't had to fill in yet for the boys. I think they got this one covered. But hey, I'm available if that's okay in this tournament. Arnold, let me know. Let me know.
Yeah. Before we move on to talk about the game as well, I mean, I do want to give our special guest a chance to advertise themselves. So tell us a bit about your stream and what it's about.
Yeah, so I've been streaming for like 32 months or so quite a while. Actually started playing Guild Wars 2. I played that game for 8 years, and then I've been moving over to now I play Overwatch every day. But I stream every day. I've streamed every day for over 700 days in a row. It's pretty chill, man, laid back. I have fun with it. Streaming's the best part of my day every day. Like it's not. I don't need to take mental breaks. Like it is my mental break from life. Like it really it's fun for me. I really enjoy it. We've got a really great community. I'm blessed. I've got great mods. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I was in there last night, and it was a very, very good time. The music was flowing, the games were great, so it was a really, really a good atmosphere. Really, really fun. Yeah, let's look forward to our grand finals now. I mean, Bame, you said that Shoes Money Crew kind of blew out their opposition in their first game today. Do you think it's gonna repeat? If I'm forcing you for an answer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think they'll roll them again. Why wouldn't they, right? No, they look really good. They looked really good in contenders at the start of the season this year too, right? So the crew's doing great, and I don't expect to see anything but easy dubs today.
Oof. I love it. I love that answer. I mean, there's reason behind that answer as well. They looked dominant against 4D earlier. I actually think they struggled more against 5D yesterday than 4D today. But Shoes Money Crew dominant so far today. They're a great team, far to contenders Europe at the start of this year. So great from them. It's great to see them in these community events, and this community event has been awesome so far.
Yeah, it really has. And I mean, okay, so hot question, Bame. Did you watch Dan Ed on Genji earlier? Did we see that?
Yeah, I saw that a little bit.
Now, is that a lot of what you tend to see down when you're playing Wrecking Ball and Gold? Because that's what it felt like to us. We weren't really impressed with his Genji play there. A little suspect. But yeah, it's certainly interesting that they're pulling out these odd strategies. I mean, do you want to see more weird stuff going in here, or do you want to see them just go in, do what they know they're good at, and get out?
I mean, honestly, I love watching Danon play Doomfist, man. He's so sneaky and so dirty. Like I think I'd want to just see that if that's all right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, request noted. Danon played as Doomfist. I mean, I don't really want to see the Genji either. I don't think anyone else. I mean, it was entertaining, right? It was entertaining to see Danon attempt to play Genji in the current state of that hero, and also, you know, they were playing so well around it. Fourth Dimension, however, 4D still got kind of backhanded by Shoes Money Crew, and we'll maybe expect more of the same in our grand finals.
Yeah, I think that was a lot to do with the fact that once Dan Ed and the gang kind of knew that they'd won the series, they started to pull out some wacky stuff. I mean, they pull out the Genji. I can't remember what was Sola on the Doomfist, and they'd swap those roles up, so it all just got a bit wacky and wild towards the end. I would quite like to see some more of that, to be entirely honest with you. And 4D really kind of up against it in this grand finals, but kudos to them for getting this far at all. Really impressive accolade. Ocean, who are we looking out for on Fourth Dimension to turn this around if there's gonna be an upset?
It's got to be one of the DPS, right? Braven and Disperse are absolutely great DPS players. Yeah. And honestly, they might be the only reason they're in this grand finals right now. Braven, of course, with that play on Reaper in the last round of Village there. Otherwise, it would be 5G versus Shoes Money Crew. We wouldn't be talking about 40 at all. So they have to give tremendous respect to their DPS players. And we'll see if they can come up with anything against Shoes.
Yeah, 4D, certainly the underdogs coming in here. Bame, I know you're biased, but is there anything that the underdogs could be looking at Shoes Money Crew and rubbing their hands together thinking, this is a weakness? If we just target this, we might get some wins.
Man, I can't say. I can't really think of any weaknesses at the moment, man. To be honest, I can't help you out with that question. Sorry, bro.
No, they do look bulletproof. I mean, Ocean, I mean, if you're trying to coach 4D, who do you say, like, right, okay, this is the battle plan. We're going for this.
I mean, honestly, I think you just got to play your game, right? I think you got to just play, play your tempo and try and force that upon She's 20 Crew. I think, when I've been watching them in trials and contenders, I think I saw them play pretty poor in one game. That was against O1, which they still won 3-0, by the way, right? They were just a little bit slow and a little bit wacky, right, against O1. But that was a difficult game because you're playing against a sort of one-trick team. That's a difficult test, a different test to what a lot of these teams will be used to, right? But that's the magic of Tier 2. Someday you'll be struggling against a one-trick team, and sometimes you're just rolling tournaments and finishing third in contenders.
Yep. It really is all to play for here. Ocean, anything else to add before we head this game?
I mean, I've got one more thing. I just want to say this is a magical community event. It's just a magical community. This Tier 2, Tier 3 community, we're able to bring teams together, creators together, designers together, everything. And this event has been super awesome.
Yeah. Bame, any closing thoughts before we hop into the game?
Just looking forward to watching the matchup. Thank you for the invite to this event. I've never known about this event before. I'm really glad I found it through Shoes Money Crew, and you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
Hell yeah. I believe the teams are getting ready to go. I think we're going to take a short intermission before we jump into the action. So don't go anywhere. The grand finals are coming up just after this.
Some kind of magic, dizzy as a new dawn to begin. Every road that we followed had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking. Oh, we fall. Can the tides calling, calling through it all? Titans watching, waiting. Once rivals, now we sit patient. At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Gonna build an empire. Twin pillars, the east and the west, scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. They'll speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. Take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire. An empire.
Welcome back to the Williams Invitational. My name is Williams the Fourth. We had 8 teams in the EU. We've had 2 days of competition, and now we're down to the final 2. It is going to be Fourth Dimension versus Shoes Money Crew in the grand finals to what amounts to be a $250 money match. We've got Ocean, we've got Sin Babel is holding it down the entire weekend, and it's almost sad. I mean, I'm already at tears, man. I'm already there. So it's just like it's almost sad that it's almost over. But this is the last game, and then with the lower bracket finals going to map 5, I mean, it's the best result you could have asked for in this tournament, right? Just to kind of have an exciting decider match.
It really was, and both teams really gave it their all. You could see that. But when all the dust settled, 4D came out on top, and they will be taking on Shoes Money Crew in this grand final. I'm so excited.
I'm really excited. But again, right before I want to give more credit to myself because obviously I'm like the best. So gonna give myself a little bit of credit. That map pool. Right, that map pool. Map 5, Ride 3, right? We saw that last night in the NA round of 16, right? That map pool has provided us with some great games.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I want to thank a lot of people before we pull this off. Thank you, Ocean. Thank you, Simbabble. Zathod and Myth have been in the background and observation, and then Uni decided to wake up early this morning and help us out with the grand finals as well. Everybody that came out this weekend, thank you so much. And Kyle Wingfeather as well, who was a caster on Saturday. We're gonna get you guys squared away into the grand finals. Again, it's a $250 money match, and I think I kind of know what the result's going to be considering what result we had last time. I mean, Fourth Dimension could surprise us, but either way, it's been a long, excellent journey. And it's a great weekend of Overwatch. Take us to the grand finals, you guys. Thank you so much.
Now, thank you, Will, for sorting this all out as well. What an awesome weekend of Overwatch we've had, Ocean. And yeah, Will is right. We do know who the favorite is coming into this, but 4D showed some real grit in the losers bracket there.
Yeah, they did. I mean, honestly, I thought it was over for them on Volsky Industries, but they brought themselves back. They brought themselves into the series, and now they've brought themselves into our grand finals. They were in our winners finals. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, and they certainly could, with the addition of the Holy Pig on 4th Dimension here, coming down a dimension from the 5th, as we are headed to our grand finals here on EU. Shoes Money Crew on their standard Brawl comp and raring to go. 4th Dimension showing their patented Bull Diva composition.
Yeah, 4th Dimension, they've been running this Bull Diva on control the entire tournament, right? And the only control map I believe they've won this tournament that's been on stream was that last one against 5D on the pole, but they struggled on Oasis against 5D. They struggled on Boost on here against Incendia. They actually lost that map. So I'm wondering if the thought process, they actually got to select Boost on, so if they fixed that play up from yesterday and have something planned here for Shoes Money Crew.
Yeah, Shoes Money Crew headed to the point here where 4th Dimension might struggle to dislodge this all-out brawl. No breaks at the moment as Hades charges forward, picks out Andre, who can't get out of the way of the big German hammer, swings this fight wide open, and the first pick is here in the grand final. Shoes Money Crew taking the first fight in their stride. Sap will fall to the Holy Pig, but they will take first point.
Look how decisive, look how proactive Shoes Money Crew are. They are just a class above, right? I don't mean to say it, the series isn't over, right? But they are a class above. No other team would have recognized that as an opening. It was an easy opening for Shoes Money Crew. They put themselves in there, they got in their 4D spaces, they isolated targets, and they won that fight dominantly.
Yeah, they did, and they do have complete map control at the moment. Pretty happy to skirt around this small wall here. Dannen taken out by Braven, though. Might open up this fight to a little bit more danger. Hades keeping the fort held down, however, will clap back and find Andre there, slowing this attack down from the 4th Dimension as NKZ caught in the rough spot of town. Shoes Money Crew right on top of it. The pulse bomb does land onto Hades from Holy Pig, but pretty inconsequential as Dan is back in the fight, and they're flipping the point back.
Yeah, I mean, you only hold the point for a little bit longer, but you still got mindful to make things a little bit more difficult. However, I think Shoes Money Crew, you just flip the switch and take this point back whenever they really want to.
Yeah, and the flip comes through pretty easily there. Julo does drop the minefield, like you said, but don't net them a win here. Self-destruct from Alex, spots a weak defense there, and will take out both supports. A quick reset for 4th Dimension there with a beautifully placed self-destruct over the top from Alex, and everybody pushing forward from Shoes Shoes Money Crew there. Solo goes for the high noon to literally put everyone back in the spawn doors.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note here is that Holy Pig is playing in here for Disperse. Disperse had a really great series last time, and the Holy Pig is up to the challenge, wants to play against Shoes Money Crew, so he gets him that opportunity. Shoes Money Crew looking to push their advantage even further here. Katie has the Earth Shatter.
Yeah, he uses the Earth Shatter and Meteor Strike for Danet to get out of the way. The bot pretty inconsequential as well. They're pretty easy to deal with the pressure. Hades, however, feeling that pressure and will fall here. The flip very nearly through for Fourth Dimension from the back there. Beat in contention. They want to hold on to this point to Shoes Money Crew as the Transcendence comes out, and that will aid in ending Danet there. Braven taking him out as Holy Pig goes to town. Doesn't get a final blow, but is doing a world of hurt here. Solar caught in between the Holy Pig. Does get the better of him, and the DPS from Shoes Money Crew doing a lot of work. Hades still on this point, getting it to overtime. The sap will fall to Julo here, and a spin to lose for him as it's looking pretty rough for them. Julo does have the minefield ready to go. Have to keep this alive right now, and the pin from Hades is slightly misplaced. The minefield is down, but Julo will fall. Shatter will go down and miss the Tracer, who can blink out of danger pretty convincingly, but someone has to touch, and they do it just in the nick of time. Just Holy Pig remaining, and Daned splats him across a wall, and that will be Shoe Money Crew taking this first point on Oasis.
Yeah, and 100-0 dominant as well, leaving where they left off after that winners finals match, which was so dominant towards Shoes Money Crew. 4D, they had some openings. They're actually creating some pretty good openings for themselves. That was something that they struggled with against 4D the last time. Against Shoes Money Crew. The last time, creating an opening and taking it, just as soon as they had that chance, something went wrong. Like Julos, would bounce off of the drum, or their DPS would just lose a duel. That's just a little bit unlucky for 4D. That was not an 100-0 round written in the script though. Now we're going on to that base, which is going to be that Brawl Mirror matchup, and Shoes Money Crew will be confident here, right? They've been winning the Brawl Mirror matchup against 4D, against all the other teams, and Fourth Dimension, honestly, we're struggling in the Brawl Mirror matchup against 5D, so I dread to think how this is going to be going against Shoes Money.
Yeah, this could be an all-out bloodbath, but both teams posturing up around the point, not wanting to touch just yet. Daned lurking underneath, but it is Holy Pig who pulls the trigger first, and Sap will fall. Daned also taken out as well. Fourth Dimension with a lease of life here, looking to find some picks to secure this first fight, and they do just that. Finally, Alex is trying to get out of there with his tail tucked between his legs as Braven firmly contests this high ground.
We said if anything was going to happen in the Fourth Dimension, the series never going to have a chance. It was going to be Braven. Braven at least 3 final blows. That last She's going to put now they have the difficult path to walking through this show back again to reaffirm the series.
Yeah, and the amplification matrix down, but Johnny falls early here. No speed boost available for Fourth Dimension. This could be over as soon as it started. High Noon, however, takes out Hades, but Hades trades it back, and Alex has revenge. Solar's still on the field, and anything can happen here. Shoes Money Crew in the scrappy heat of the moment will be turning this point on its head, but it was looking kind of dangerous there.
Yeah, Fourth Dimension, they'll be happy with that, picking up the first fight in 30%, and they're not doing too bad ultimate economy-wise. They're going to have Soundfire next fight, they'll probably have Meteor Strike and Self-Destruct as well to add to that Shadow. So, ultimate economy-wise, it's pretty even for both teams. However, Shoes Money Crew have the ability to hold this choke.
The beat comes in early from Fourth Dimension there to try and get through this chokehold. A lot expended to get onto there as Daned drops the fist and finds 2 there. Shadow goes wide as well as Julo will take that counter pin from Hades. Everyone on Shoes Money Crew looking pretty happy, but Fourth Dimension looking a bit battered and worse for wear.
Yeah, honestly, I like that Soundbar and Trace and Furky just to get them through the choke and try and get some positional advantage. Daned getting a little bit greedy, but will get it. No.
He gets the kill, but he pays for it with his life, and a 5v5 will happen now. It's just, who do you prefer to lose, your Doomfist or your McCree? And, well, Shoes Money Crew don't care all that much. They want to keep pushing this, and they're going into the spawn right now. Self-destruct available if needed here, as the Immortality Field and Amplification Matrix for Shoes Money Crew does come out. Solar trying to take that wrap around, but too little too late, as Holy Pig takes out 2 there. Daned is back in the fray, however, and the flip nearly through there. Self-destruct Self-destruct forced out onto point as the high noon comes out as well from Solar. Doesn't find them anything, but will take out that baby Diva as picks are available for either team here. Holy Pig trying to stall this out a little longer. Picks from Andre, the underdog, coming through, and the fourth dimension will hold on to the point there.
Already keeping hold of that fight, and honestly, Shoes Bunny Crew getting a little bit overzealous, a little bit greedy, and that was done it again. Getting a little bit greedy, yeah, that's okay to maybe extend over onto a Draco to get a kill. That was a strategy that you employed in the last match against 40, but going on to Raven, was it really the call? I don't think so.
It might come back to bite them here as the high noon from Braven is out and available. Hades is in trouble here. Shadow will come down from Hades and net them the Diva there, and the beat as well to boot. Shoes Money Crew throwing everything into this fight now, and Julo just doesn't have the resources to keep up and stay alive. Will fall, but Hades will follow soon behind him into the cold dark night. Naga or Solar, forgive me, still live and kicking here at a baby Diva. Final blow onto Braven as Danid once again getting the better of the Holy Pig there, and the flip comes through, but not a moment too soon.
Yeah, fourth dimension only need really one more fight on Maccabees here to get around and get themselves into this series. They've got ultimates to do, so they're going to have Meteor Strike, which means they're doing this to play a little bit more aggressive, of course, that being the Holy Pig. And Julo has an air shutter as well if they find an opening. However, opening the hard to come by with Staff got that victory.
Oh yeah, the Amplification Matrix just finishing off an early pick on a Froakie there, and this fight's over as soon as you started it. Shoes Money Crew also had Danid wrapping around the back end there, and Danid wants to chase this Diva here. NK said in a world of hurt, facing down that gauntlet will give Danid a run for his money, mind you, and nearly finish him off. 21 HP's got to get out of there. The Bunny Blaster, more lethal than you might think, but the D-Mech onto NKZ is brutal.
Yeah, this is going to set up really nicely for Danid. They've still got the Meteor Strike. They can get out and then maybe come aggressive again as both Pogfish looking to use that play aggressively. Jedi online. So much Solar here.
Yeah, you don't need to be an expert to see which Doomfist got more value out of their ultimate there as Shoes Money Crew coming up. Money there, making it rain, bringing the pain. They will flip this point over, and now it's a matter of staggers onto the point, but short-lived is that as a self-destruct in victory. The fireworks go up, and Shoes Money Crew take Busan.
Yeah, a deserved lead in this series for Shoes Money Crew. Really dominant on Sanctuary, where we actually saw 40 make some improvements to their control performance from earlier against Shoes Money Crew, where they were actually creating openings for themselves, not being able to take them quite yet, but it's still an improvement from what we saw in Oasis against Shoes Money Crew earlier. However, in this series again, 99% on Maccabees, not bad from fourth dimension. They are looking to improve themselves against this opposition. They're constantly improving, and that's something I can look forward to in the future.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And again, we knew the favorites coming in, but Fourth Dimension really did bring it to them on Mecha Base when we said that their brawl might be the weakest part of this team. They did well. The Holy Pig or the Doomfist didn't disappoint either, considering he's coming in from Fifth Dimension to make some waves and make stuff happen. But Solar just looked so lethal on that McCree. I mean, the moment the Meteor Strike was down from the Holy Pig, Solar just cleaned it up easy as anything. There's a level of class on Shoes Money Crew, and they're really bringing it today.
Yeah, but I actually thought the Holy Pig did all right for not being a player that usually plays a 40. I mean, they're probably ring for the mid screens maybe a little bit because there is a connection between the two teams, but played quite well on that Mecha base map. Got a couple of decent kills that you wouldn't really expect. I mean, I think Danid definitely got a little bit more value, but of course, Danid's playing a little bit more aggressively, a little bit overzealous at points, and actually giving Fourth Dimension some openings that might not be there on the table otherwise. And that's something Holy Pig isn't doing. So, 40, they can be happy that they're getting some percentage on the board. They're getting to test themselves against a contenders team. Not only that, team that finished top 3 in contenders. They know where they are now. They'll be able to take this footage and improve, and also know where they stand. I think that's an important skill for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams coming out and giving it all, which is nice to see. But obviously, when all is said and done, Shoes Money Crew will take this first map. We're going to go to a short break. We are headed to map 2, just on the other side of it. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the grand finals of the EU division. Here we have had map 1, and Busan was rather convincingly taken by Shoes Money Crew, but Fourth Dimension did take the heat to them more than a couple of times there, Ocean.
Yeah, they did that. A couple really good fights. Unfortunately, that momentum has been a little bit upset by. Apparently, we've got like a coming breaking story here that Julo's Xbox. I'm not on Xbox cast anymore. It's just PC has been turned off by their parents apparently. So we've got a sub coming in again for 4G, a second sub for this grand final. It's not exactly optimal when you're playing against SFC.
It certainly isn't. Certainly when there's a little bit of prize money on the line as well. Not the ideal situation at all. But, I mean, that's just going to help out Shoes Money Crew as we head to Numbani next. I mean, they're going to be feeling themselves. They're going to be pretty confident after how they displayed on Busan. So, I mean, Double Bubble is potentially going to be weakened for Fourth Dimension if they don't have their main tank to work with here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, 4D were good at Double Bubble on the Bonnie earlier when they played against 5D, but also struggled on the Bonnie when they played Shoes Bunny Crew.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rocky road for Fourth Dimension here as both teams just gearing up to get ready. The DPS showing some good signs of promise from Fourth Dimension, though. There were some shining moments for them.
Yeah, 100%. You know, 4T and 5G in particular, of course, we got Holy Pig playing, so we can't ignore that. You know, Disperse, Braven, Holy Pig, Killer when they were playing earlier on in the event, you know, they all honestly look quite good DPS fighters and very, very capable of pulling a fight out of the bag. I would just look at the more consistency things, right? You know, because Draco was dying a lot for 4T in the last series. NKZ was struggling to get into team fights. Chase Torch at times like a little bit aggressive for 5D. So it's going to be interesting to see how it adds up later on.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Andre was struggling to stay alive against 5D. They're now playing against Shoes Money Crew, who are going to spot out any weakness that you do have, and they're going to capitalize on it. So the backline for Fourth Dimension really going to be up against it when we do head into Numbani, because we're very likely going to see a double bubble from Shoes Money Crew as well. And Danit on the Doomfist is just going to sniff out anyone who's not in position correctly.
Well, Dana, if you remember, played Farah on the defense here of the body earlier when Shoes Money Crew were up against Fourth Dimension, and it was a pretty dominant showing for Shoes Money Crew. I mean, this entire tournament has displayed why they are one of the top tier 3 teams. I was like tier 2 team, sorry. The other teams are top tier 3 teams. I got a little bit confused. Sorry, Shoes Money top tier 2 team, right? They've shown one.
Yeah, they really have, and if they take Numbani, it's going to be match point here. Could be over a little quickly if Fourth Dimension don't put up a little bit of a fight, and with a substitution having to come in, certainly not the ideal situation. Miracles can happen, and it would be quite the Cinderella story if Fourth Dimension did turn this around now, but my money's on Shoes Money Crew, unfortunately, Ocean.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get very good odds on that. I think pretty much a simple bet on that one.
Yeah, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I know where I'm putting my money. As I said, we are gearing up for Numbani here. Shoes Money Crew might show us some slightly different colors. Again, as you said, we did see Danit on that Farah, who looked really quite good. But no specific Echo player for Fourth Dimension, as Disperse is not in right now. Is that slightly worrying going into Numbani?
I mean, Disperse is a pretty good Echo player, and I think that would have been their plan to take care of Danit on the far. It looks like Solar's going to play the far now instead, though, so you don't really have an option just to duel Solar in the air. I was going to expect to say Danit in the air, but Solar's going to be in the air for this one. You don't really have an option. I mean, maybe NKZ could use this opportunity to finally get ready and finally get in the face of Shoes Money Crew's DPS.
Yeah, I mean, NKZ is going to be one of the few people who can take it to Solar here, aka Naga Haircut. Braven also might be able to chip down Johnny on that Mercy if they dip too low to the ground, but looks like it's just a scouting job to start with, as Braven goes down immediately. Not the ideal start to Numbani here, Ocean.
Yeah, not exactly the start of the daily one. 40 don't know how it takes some space. They now know they're up against the bar. I wonder if they see Doomfist up in it. Oh, this could get dangerous.
Daned in the Assassin's Creed position, ready to jump down from on high onto this rush comp. Drops down and splatters Andre into a wall. Another sleep will be death. The recall does come through, however, for Braven, who lives to fight another day, as Sap does fall here. 25 at the moment. Just Lucio heals for the fourth dimension, who is gonna get a tick no matter what.
Yeah, SMC just biding their time, waiting to come back in again. Donnie's here to help out Solar on this far.
Yeah, and KZ is now pressuring out Solar on this Pharah, causing them a little bit of chaos, and Alex finding Braven here. The dominoes begin to fall apart as Alex gets a second pick. And KZ does find Johnny, however, and a boop onto Hades will finish him off as well. The defense is struggling to cling onto this point, and if anyone lets go at any point, this point is capped up now. Daned, the man of the hour, will go and find a kill, but Solar finishes themselves off here. It all falls to the Doomfist, who comes up clutch and will re-stabilize this defense.
Yeah, this is getting interesting here, right? Because 4D, that was a pretty good fight from them. They got 2 ticks, they got into the fight. That was something they were struggling to do against SMC earlier on. SMC now on a weirder competition. Doomfist Reaper. I'm not sure why Slur's on the kill.
Well, the Coalescence does come out, and Johnny's Goose is cooked. Will be finished off. The beat from the defense to try and re-stabilize, but 3 picks in favor of Fourth Dimension means that Shoes Money Crew's just a matter of time before Fourth Dimension cap up the point. Daned's going to try and get on out of here. Will not be able to do so, and Braven finishing him off with a pulse bomb ready to go.
Yeah, 4D here have a couple of ultimates as well for the next fight as Braven gets a little bit excited over a kill on the Johnny. I mean, you're still one outside of the series, but you've got to go a little bit more than that to take down Shoes Money Crew. They'll have ultimates to start off this next fight. Maybe Braven can get a little bit greedy with a pulse bomb here. They've got the tank ultimates to get into the fight and maybe push themselves into it a little bit more. But Shoes Money Crew, they're going to have a nano boost and a Graviton Surge. Maybe hitting them with the nano boost and then get Alex in and play a Graviton later on.
Yeah, well, Fourth Dimension had possession of this high ground, but have given it up since to Shoes Money Crew. They couldn't contest it and didn't want to, I suppose, as Solar in a bit of a problem here in the backline, pressured out, and the nano is on Hades. Daned falls early on, and a clap back, though, paid for it with their lives, as Andre will die as well. Hades has this Primal Rage ready to go. He's playing it really slowly inside this room, but now has let the trigger go as NKZ takes out Zeb, but Solar's still alive and kicking on this Tracer. The Primal Rage set their sights onto the Holy Pig here, who will eventually fall to the aid of Alex, and the payload stopping for now as the respawns for Fourth Dimension just backing up and resetting.
I'm wondering why they couldn't split focus of that fight. That's a pretty reasonable here. Once the Daneders, they try to retreat here. Not even opening here for the offense.
Oh, well, the pulse bomb gets eaten onto the Graviton Surge, netting no kills there as Holy Pig finds a pick, and the Coalescence is doing so much work from Andre here. Payload's still moving, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to touch this. The Alex Wrecking Ball is here, but Joe is pushed up to such a brutal position. The contest does come through, but it smells of desperation here. The rally comes through from Johnny, though. Might buy a couple of seconds and forces a beat from Froki out in contention. Pulse bomb from Braven goes slightly wide, but forces the Brigitte backwards. The duplicate now will come through, and Daned falls once more earlier than he would have liked to here. Some heroics from the DPS of Fourth Dimension once more coming in clutch. They will start to tip the tide in their favor. Braven now in this backline, chipping down Alex, and that is second point capped up.
Yeah, not the greatest shot for Shoes Money Crew right now. Fourth Dimension, they're feeling the punches, they're getting their DPS into the fight, and they're making plays. Shoes Money Crew, I feel they're getting a little bit overzealous, a little bit greedy with what's going on right now. They go for the early Graviton Surge pulse bomb. Is that really necessary? NKZ gets great rated, and will have an opportunity to express himself in the next time to self-destruct.
Yeah, opening this up. The self-destruct gets nothing, and the Primal Rage from Joe gets slept on up, allowing Hades to just push forward and be this menacing presence on the payload. The Coalescence coming out, maybe too late, but does pick up Johnny here. Pulse Bomb sent onto him from Solar. Does not connect, however, but there is now just a Moira in the backline who's going to get staggered up. Raven takes out Alex, and this fight at the spawn doors is a little bit more brutal than perhaps Shoes Money Crew was anticipating. Being turned around here is Andre, still alive and well on this mini health pack. Finally, Solar will finish them off, and a little less clear cut on that fight than Shoes Money Crew would have liked.
I think this right now has to be the turning point. Shoes Money Crew need to realize no more games. This is a serious match. We're still in a little bit of trouble. Let's make sure that this issue doesn't get pressed anymore. 4D don't have much to work with in this next fight as well, so it's a good time for Shoes Money Crew to get their stuff back together. They've got a pulse bomb for it, actually. I mean, that's the only thing that they can really do anything with. I mean, they don't have any other ones. They can be a sound barrier to keep themselves in the fight for longer to maybe build up more opportunity.
Oh, but a beautiful body block just ends that, and Solar taken out by Broken. Pulse Bomb finds another pick as well. Danid's got to do God's work here as Hades finds a pick themselves, but Danid will fall. Just Johnny remaining here, and this is final fight territory if Fourth Dimension want to close this out.
Yeah, alright, can they get another touch? That's the question, because if they do, they've got Meteor Strike, they will have a self-destruct of 40, are running out of resources. Yes, another fight for Shoes Money Crew.
But Johnny falls immediately. Solar's got to pull out some heroics here and does just that. Takes out the Doom Fist here. Holy Pig goes down, and Naga takes out Joe as well with that Flashbang Fan, the hammer patented. And that is going to be a hold for now, but Shoes Money Crew certainly not looking like favourites in this third point of Numbani.
Yeah, they're a little bit loose here, and I was self-destruct they didn't really want to get rid of. They could have used that as a tool in the next fight to either get a little bit more space, or, you know, maybe just try and get some kills with it, right? But however, 1 minute on the clock, that 4D, you would think, you know, they had a pretty good time back going to point C. You think they'd have capped by now. However, 1 minute on the clock and you have to travel a long distance to the point. This is probably last fight territory. What you've got to work with is a Meteor Strike and an Ant Matrix.
Yeah, and Shoes Money Crew know that, and they just know that they can take this fight early and take out resources. Danid does fall, however, the Doomfist diff coming in from Holy Pig here. Amplification Matrix dropped down now as the Hades knows that Joe is inching closer to this Shadow. Gonna play a little more tentatively and respect that. Give some space as Alex falls as well. Doomfist does go down as Solar takes him out, but Danid again does go down very early on in this fight. Certainly not from the Doomfist in the Storm moment. The Shadow comes down from Joe and catches Hades here. The beat will come into boot as well as Hades will fall. NKZ has this sight set on this Batiste. Sab will go down, and the self-destruct available for NKZ. He gets taken out by a High Noon. Uses that self-destruct, going to be easy as pie to get back into the mech as picks up plenty for Fourth Dimension. Shoes Money Crew are a little out of pocket here as the cap does come through for Fourth Dimension.
And that would be concerning for me if I'm you know, watching as Shoes Money Crew fan, right? Because that's another moment yet again where they get a little overzealous, and Danid in particular is the player to get called out. Maybe, you know, those memes earlier from, you know, the match we saw against 4T earlier when Danid was playing Genji, wasn't really taking that seriously. Maybe they haven't realized that they are still in trouble in the situation. They have not won this series quite yet.
Yeah, maybe getting a little ahead of themselves, just like you said. I mean, they do still have something to show. They've got to come up a little bigger. Danid making some rather unforced errors on that defense. Died twice right at the beginning of the fights. They're not really ideal, but certainly if anyone's going to turn this around, it's going to be Shoes Money Crew, right?
Yeah, 100% right. Now they know it's ultra serious, but let's go, go, go. It seems they're going to be playing something of a double bubble composition, but it's not. It's going to be Diva instead of the Zarya. It's just straight die from them, but still on a Budita support line. It looks like Solar's going to try their hand at the Genji.
Well, I did say in the pre-show I wanted something wacky, and double bubble with the Genji does offer you some clear-cut win conditions, just like we were saying earlier on when they pulled out this double bubble with the Genji. You just play for Nano Blade, or you just play for the Graviton Surge with the blade into it. You can cycle your ults so effectively, and we're just going to have to see if Shoes Money Crew can tighten it up a little bit and get this win on Fourth Dimension here.
Yeah, I mean, Shoes Money Crew, you know, they are the better team, right? You know, and they are 1-0 up in this series. They have the mental fortitude advantage of winning against 4G earlier, but they're struggling here, SMC, on their defense of Namboni and 9. They have the opportunity to bring it back, but again, this position. Because we're cooking earlier, it is reappearing.
Yeah, and a beautiful anti-nade onto Dana just takes him out of the fight immediately there. That's a big chunk of burst potential disappeared already, and the defense holds strong here with Hades taking a whip shot off the edge of the map. That's going to be as clear cut and easy for Shoes Money Crew to just reset there.
Yeah, and you have to worry for Shoes Money Crew right now, because that was the first fight, right, on their offense, right? Namboni, you have to travel a large distance to get to that first point, and they're running Genji, they're trying to have a little bit of fun, but they're still not getting any value out of it, and that's what it comes down to in the end.
Yeah, well, Dana does go for the honor, but gets slept up and taken out once more. The anti-nade expended to get rid of him, but High Ground is in possession of Shoes Money Crew now, and Hades is going to work alongside Solar. Get a pick of piece here, pressure out that honor, and the Echo gone already is going to mean free reign for Hades. Now, if you just cleave onto the point, picks up another themselves. Johnny the fall to Joe, however. Stick Brazen does send it wide, and Hades finishes him off as well. The picks in favor of Shoes Money Crew, and they should have possession of this payload now.
Yeah, Shoes Money Crew finally getting something going on the offense, but I still feel uneasy about this composition. I still feel uneasy about how seriously they're taking this map. Your opponent just captured all 3 points, right? You still have to finish this map, and you have to bring it to your opponents. Otherwise, you've lost the map to a tier 3 team, and you're a tier 2 team. That's going to be talked about. It doesn't matter what fashion you lost it, it's still going to be talked about. It still has to be looked at.
Well, the proof is in the pudding now. The Nano Blade is out now. Brings one and goes for the slice, but the bubbles are so well timed from NKC. That stops the bleeding, cauterizes the wounds, and only one pick from the Nano Blade here. Graviton Surge just come out for Shoes Money Crew as well, but no one falls from it as the Primal Rage has to come out from Hades now as well to keep this momentum going. But Alex falls to NKZ, and Hades gets nothing with his Primal Rage. He gets the Brigitte approaching very low and eventually finishes them off, but they're bleeding here, Shoes Money Crew. They're in trouble.
Yeah, they are. Fourth Dimension coming back in this fight, getting a couple of kills and looking to press the advantage here. A couple of the stagger kills, and that's even more time off the bank.
Yeah, I mean, they have the rally to go, but other than that, they literally spent 5 ultimates in that fight, Shoes Money Crew, to lose it.
Yeah, 4D also have the nano base as well, so they've got an easy engagement, so don't need the early rally.
Yeah, well, the early rally comes out for that nanoed Winston as Hades just doesn't get the resources and the help that he needs. He will fall down as Joe has got both supports in a small room. He's whip-shotted away and can't take a breath before he goes back in, but the cleave damage is going to coming in aplenty. Daned and Sola will both fall to their respective DPS partners now, and it's just Alex remaining, who's going to get staggered up here. Pretty brutal, finished off. Still 3 minutes on the clock, but Shoes Money Crew not looking as dominant as perhaps they would like.
Yeah, and 4D are actually pressing a pretty nice ultimate advantage here for this next fight. They're going to have a Spawn ultimate of their own, a Tank ultimate, and a DPS ultimate to complete the trio. A lot of ultimates that they have are really, really great at sustaining the fight, so you can, get another Graviton Surge. I would like to see Braden use this Deadeye early on just to try and get some space and allow Ferroki and the guy to move forward and throw a little bit more.
Well, the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for SMC. If ults don't get kills for Shoes Money Crew, they're looking good. A good sleep onto Hades here nets them Sleeping Monkey in the backline. Danid will fall, and a beautiful stick there stops that High Noon in his tracks. The clock was off, and his number is up. His payload now tantalizingly close to this third point, as a big anti-nade will allow Solar to clean up a kill here, make that 2 as both supports fall and the second point is unlocked. 4 minutes on the clock, all of a sudden looking pretty good for Shoes Money Crew.
Yeah, 40 using those ultimates, but not using them with much of a purpose. They don't really go to get anything done in that last fight. And now we're looking at this, okay, Shoes Money Crew, they're putting themselves into trouble, but actually looking at this now, 3.5 minutes at a time, like, all they have to do is finish with time to guarantee go again, and actually to stop 4D going again, all they need to do is cap in the next 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, and it's looking likely with their ultimate bank online. A slip onto Joe with the Primal Rage is beautiful again. Sab being so prolific at these. The duplicate through as well. Double monkey on the field at the moment, and Daned just zoning those primal rages out of the way, seeing them out of danger and harm's way as the rotation round the point to try and pincer maneuver this defense here. Solar finds themselves on top of this Graviton Surge, a beautiful stick on top. The nano comes through to keep Joe alive, but the casualties are in the hundreds if you're fourth dimension here. Shoes Money Crew just going to work. Alex on the wrecking ball to get back quick.
Yeah, so 40 have to come back in and touch here if they want to dwindle this time back down. Shoes Money Crew have resources to finish this right here, right now.
Yeah, Hades has that nano boost to boot, and Braven going down nice and early is ideal for Solar. Picks up a second as well, no damage available to close this fight out if you're the defense, and the picks are aplenty for Shoes Money Crew.
Yeah, Shoes Money Crew eventually get across the line, and despite the silly games at the start, they realize the seriousness of the situation, they pick it back up, and then they do Shoes Money Crew things, and that Shoes Money Crew thing is to win. So that's what they've done. They've finished the map. They've got 2 minutes 11 for 1 tick on the Bonnie Point A.
Yeah, this is a tall order if you're fourth dimension, and I'm looking over to Andre again, who I think Shoes Money Crew are gonna look to expose a chink in the armor of fourth dimension. If they can get on top of that Ana and expose a positioning error from them, it's easy money. They're walking it into the bank, and fourth dimension are gonna have to really corral around Andre to protect the president a bit here, I think. Otherwise, Shoes Money Crew gonna have their day in the sun.
I mean, I don't think this is set in stone just yet, because the Bonnie Point A is notoriously difficult because of how long you have to walk to get there. 2 minutes and 11 seconds is maybe 2 proper fights to maybe like a sub fight, if you kind of think about it like that, maybe 1 shorter fight. So, you know, all 40 have to do is maybe upset Shoes Money Crew rotation once, and then they actually might just ride that momentum to finish this off and take us to a map free with only them being 1-0 down.
Yeah, it definitely could happen, but I don't think Shoes Money Crew are going to want to take this lying down. They're going to want to take Numbani for their own and add that point to their scoreboard as pretty standard defense from this double bubble, and we know Braven on the Tracer has been so clutch in these moments where he's needed most. Daned on the Junkrat Ocean.
Maybe just looking to upset NKZ and where they're positioning. That's exactly what they're looking for. Trying to upset and isolate that off tech, and they almost do it.
Oh, bait out both bubbles and then an anti-nade onto NKZ. Surely is the nail in the coffin. He's kept alive through all trials and tribulations there and fights another day. Braven wrapping around the side to find this surround and conquer here. Doesn't net them anything right now as the high ground in possession of SMC. Daned on a wild flank, and Braven does fall while speed on this off angle. Solar finds 2 picks and Daned a third. The dominoes are falling and the tarot cards are all written down. This is so desperate now for fourth dimension, and as the final member falls, Shoes Money Crew will take Numbani.
Yeah, Shoes Money Crew finishing off that map. They were playing with their foot a little bit, and I was getting a little bit concerned, but at the end of the day, Shoes Money Crew are still Shoes Money Crew, and they find a way to take Numbani home pretty comfortably into the 2-0 lead in this league.
Yep. The substitute for fourth dimension taking play of the game, though. I mean, this just goes to show how uncomfortable Shoes Money Crew looked for a little bit of this map. Certainly didn't look like they hit their stride until the final third, maybe, of that entire map. But, I mean, when all is said and done, they do win it. So it doesn't matter how they took it away.
Yeah, they took it. I mean, that's the most important thing at the end. When you look at tournament results, you look at maps, right? And you maybe look at some players' individual performance, but when you're looking at a team in particular, you look at their map scores, and you look at their tournament ending results, right? And at the end of the day, Shoes Money Crew are going to come home not losing a map, and they're going to come home with a tournament victory.
It certainly could be the case. We have a map 3 coming up just after this break. It's match point for the favorites to win the whole tournament. Shoes Money Crew versus Fourth Dimension. Match point coming up after this.
I just wanna be real with somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place. what you need, no. Makes your head spin, pretty as a new star. Take it in, some kind of magic, dizzy as a new dawn to begin. Every
It is match point and the 11th hour here in the grand finals. Shoes Money Crew are up 2-0 against Fourth Dimension. Both teams raring to go for what could be the final map, Ocean.
Yeah, it could be, and realistically, it should be the final map, right? The only scenario where this isn't the final map is if SMC get a little overzealous again. It's happened a couple times. It happened a couple times on Mecha Base. It happened a lot on Nobani. On both Nobani's 4G and SMC have played against each other. However, SMC looks so comfortable anyway.
Yeah, they do. Even in their slight hiccup fights, they're still, Fourth Dimension are still having to really claw their way into those fights, because if, for instance, Danid is caught out of position a little bit and he does go down, you've still got Solar on the McCree, who is just popping off anyway. The tanks are all playmakers, as well as the supports, who are landing some really nice anti-nades and well-timed rallies all the same. We, I believe, are ready to go with our next map. Is there anything that, if you're Fourth Dimension, that you want to tell them, or that you would change up to get this series turned around?
I mean, maybe even not. Maybe you don't want to get this series turned around. Maybe you just look at this as an opportunity to learn. Look at this as an opportunity to bold review and get to the level of SMC, right? Maybe we can patch up our backline now to keep Draco alive and letting Draco get that value. Because when Draco has resources, we know from the past that Draco can get so much value in that flex point position. Maybe looking at getting and gives you a bit more green on the Diva. That's what we want to see from Fourth Dimension in the future.
Yeah, well, we are jumping straight into the action here as 30 seconds off the clock already. Shoes Money Crew stuffing Fourth Dimension into this spawn. A typical close hold for Havana here. Has broken out into a little bit of chaos as NKZ goes low. Joe takes a punch into the shrubbery behind him here and just trying to get them off their payload. Danid will fall, but so does Andrejko, and Hades takes that pin to Joe and finishes him off all the same. Hades with a kill onto Froki as well there, as well as the Diva.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a little bit brutal. SMC, they want to finish this now. They've already got a minute off the bank, and that's already brutal enough, because once we get to the end of the night, they're going to have another time.
Oh, Shadow comes down, but no pin to follow up there, and now it's Braven's turn for the high noon. Nothing to boot there, but Hades does fall, and it claps back and finds Joe here. Lets that Meteor Strike fly as well, and Braven in a spot of bother, sub 30 HP, and NKZ having to lap up that kill. Sam finding a pick as well, though, and this is not as clear-cut as we've said, but the payload will eventually start moving.
Yeah, they'll get it moving. However, the time is still going up the bank. We've lost a minute and 50 seconds roughly for 4G. SMC are going to come out at the back of point A with a little bit more support. Like, I think 4D will be lucky if they capture this point, right? If they do, it's probably going to be an overtime, right? They'll be lucky to capture it for a couple of seconds. 4D at least have some ultimates to work with. They'll have the Meteor Strike, so hopefully he can play a little bit more aggressive. And they have the Earth Shatter as well, so both the subs having ultimates for trying on.
Oh, but before it's even started, Danid and Solar each get a kill, stopping this push in its tracks, and it is back to the spawn that Fourth Dimension go, and Shoes Money Crew are coming too.
Yeah, Danid, I don't even know where they came from, but a nice sneaky pick to work with, and maybe getting stuck there trying to stay alive in this backline, maybe look for this McCree.
Yeah, well, he's half HP here and might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. A big slam from Joe, putting Hades and Shoes Money Crew on their back with a pin kill to follow as well. Braven does fall, but Danit pays for the transgressions with their life as Shoes Money Crew forced away now in danger. But Fourth Dimension not pushing this advantage just yet. They've got the spawns and they know they can do it now.
SSC backing off, they know they're going to get one more fight on point A. So 40, if they do capture point A, it will be an OT, and they're looking to press the initiative. They've got an Matrix up.
Yeah, they're going straight for that, and the High Noon catches Froakie there, as well as the Meteor Strike down on top of the Doomfist counterpart of Daned here. Braven does trade Daned back, and that has been the story of Daned this entire series, but they are coming out with the win, and this is final fight.
Positive for 4D, right? It's final fight, right? But you've got a couple extra tools to work with. I'd much rather have the Deadeye, for example, rather than the Shatter. And you've got a Self-Destruct as well to provide a little bit more space for the progressive Deadeye, and vice versa, vice versa. You have a little bit more to work with the 4D, and Shoes Money Crew also stuck on that 276 pins.
Yeah, but they have got this Shatter ready to go. Could just knock everyone down. A nice High Noon to zone all of Shoes Money Crew away and deplete the shield of Hades now, who has to bunker down by the payload. Basab taking out Joe's caught unawares there, and Danit back on the soldier. Overtime is down, and the Shatter is 2. Finds 2 on their backs, and the picks are coming through for Shoes Money Crew. The beat from Froakie and desperation coming out to stall this now. Contested, however, by Hades. Gonna stay strong on that payload. Self-destruct down, catches Sab, and the picks now are just all over the shop. Shoes Money Crew, though, holding down the fortress. The payload ain't going anywhere, despite Hades falling here. Overtime ticks down, and nobody touches, despite all the picks on Fourth Dimension.
Well, Shoes Money Crew. That's what we want to see from them. We want to see them come out, take this tournament seriously, and bring everything to the table, right? That Spawn Cup was brilliant. They made sure that they got 3 fights in on point A, which is extremely hard to do in Havana, no matter how well you judge the timing of the fights and where you can test. Danid playing greedy, but sensibly, right? We want NKZ to do that, right? We want to play greedy, but also sensibly, and not getting overzealous, right? Not getting a little bit cocky or overconfident. Danid starting to find the mix of that, and just in time as well. Fourth Dimension have a very hard task of holding half of point A if they're going to try and take this series further.
I mean, this is one fight territory for Shoes Money Crew, right? They get one fight. If Fourth Dimension do not hold at spawn doors, they get one fight win and they've won the series and the grand final. So I think Fourth Dimension have to push up here. They have to hold even for a minute just to dwindle down the time bank.
Yeah, I mean, the best they can hope for is maybe like a 2-minute fight here where they maybe use a couple of their own ultimates, and then maybe like a really contested fight, and then somehow the time back took 1 minute, and then Shoes Money Crew panic. Maybe that's what you think about for Fourth Dimension. That's how you gotta think as an optimist here. Realistically, Shoes Money Crew probably know that this is coming out and has some ideas to counteract it.
Well, they certainly do. I thought it might have been a bait, but not to be. The Bastion Soldier DPS line coming out from SMC. That is going to scare off Fourth Dimension in a pinch. It does do just that as NKZ is demech'd within the blink of an eye. Froakie will fall as well, and just nobody left here. An absolute Omaha Beach massacre coming out from Shoes Money Crew, and this payload is a rolling. Final fight territory is where it's at now.
Yeah, lots of kills for Solar on the Bastion. Who knew that Solar was an S-tier Bastion player, right? We never knew that. We never knew that before. We haven't seen it at other levels of competition, but doing it extremely well there, catching out that spawn count the Fourth Dimension wanted, and now it's 3 minutes and 26 seconds for SOC to win one fight, right? This is an extremely uphill task for Fourth Dimension, and honestly, if I'm being realistic here, it's not going to happen.
No, and I don't want to put the nail in the coffin just yet, but Fourth Dimension did still have a good series. They were up against it because they had to substitute 2 of their first 6 out, which obviously, when you're the underdogs as well going into this, is going to be such a morale blow. I think they've done so well to bring it to Shoes Money Crew, especially on Numbani, where we saw them kick and scream and really take it to a close map. That being said, we're really seeing Shoes Money Crew bring the thunder, and they are really showing it up on Havana now.
Yeah, 100%. I think now it's just for show. Let's finish this up. Let's dominate this series in style for now and finish it off. Finish off this tournament with a bang. That's exactly how SMC are going to play it like this for the rest of this map and, well, the rest of this tournament, because that will finish us off. But what I want to say for 4D is this is some excellent fall review material. If you have the right attitude with this, you know you've got some great DPS players in the back. You can just tighten up your play around your flex support, your ult, and getting them greedier. And honestly, with that could take you to the next level. But, you know, if 40 don't have that attitude with this, then this is just a finals that went away from them.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hope it's the former, not the latter, right? You have to hope that they're looking at this and they perhaps weren't expecting to bring home the gold medal either, and they're thinking that this is going to be an opportunity for them to learn and grow and become better players from it. Shoes Money Crew, I mean, are going to be happy with their performance in this tournament, as we are back in now. Braven with a late death here due to the anti-native Sab, and Solar going to set up on this right-hand side or left-hand side, depending on where you're looking, just to cause this crossfire. Dan, it does fall here, though, Ocean.
Yeah, I wonder when Solar's going to get the message to go, go, go. Hiding in the corner for now. I think it's spotted out by the Devo. Yeah, so Solar's having to backpedal here, and a lot of resources are going to come in here from SMC to bring Solar back to the team.
Yeah, and it forces the nano boost onto Hades, who got so very low there. They are having some tribulations getting past this, but the tank configuration is out, and there's only so many people who can touch this point. Numbers are down, and Fourth Dimension are out of time and space. Shoes Money Crew take home the gold.
Yeah, well, and this Invitational has been complete. Shoes Money Crew winning our EU bracket. Don't forget we got that later on, but let's wrap this up and talk about this, right? So 4G, they got to look at this as some positives. They got some of their players to really express themselves. 5G as well can look at this as a play. Tony Pink and Fleetwood, Dispersed, Raven on that DPS line. Those are three players in particular, right? He'll be able to look at this and say, I've expressed myself. I've shown that I have got something to prove in the EU scene. And that's some names that we'll look at later down the line and maybe say, this is where they prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an honor to play against good opponents, right? And that's what we've had all weekend, not just Shoes Money Crew, but we have had some quality games, obviously, including our star team as well. But that does about wrap it up for myself and Ocean. I believe we are passing back over to Will.
All right, I'm unmuted, but okay, congratulations once again to Shoes Money Crew. We again, I kind of expected this result to happen, so I don't want to have any bias on the stream here, but congratulations for Shoes Money Crew for being your EU division Willingness Invitational champions, and what a performance all weekend long. It was complete dominance from Shoes Money Crew. I mean, I don't think they lost a single map the entire tournament, and but again, this is only the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I'm really happy that this came together, and I'm glad Ocean, you're here, and Silver Babel, you're here to kind of like close this out, and it's been an amazing weekend. I want to do this again. I don't know about you two, but you know, I if y'all don't have EU tournaments, if what I see so far, if Shoes Money Crew, if you two come back, I would more than be happy to host another one sometime soon.
Oh, I am.
Just give me a call.
Yep. I'll be right by the phone as soon as this broadcast goes down until you DM me in Discord saying that there's another one. I'll be looking and waiting.
You got it. You got a personal guarantee from me. We will do this again. But that's about wraps it up for the EU division, and we had so much action today that this is running into the NA broadcast. So we got to go get ready for that. But for Willings the Fourth, for Ocean, for Sid Babel, for everybody that's worked on the EU broadcast, thank you so much. We'll probably see you in about I'd say a couple minutes or so. But thanks again for the EU, and again, congratulations to the Shoes Money Crew, Fourth Dimension, Fifth Dimension, and Cindy Esports, of course, for Ocean, and everybody else that played in the tournament. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure. We will see you on the other side of the NA broadcast. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world.
Followed, had to hold on just so we could let go. And the night goes on so we could know what the light feels like when it comes up. I got a fever and it's breaking out. We found a way, oh, true believer. east and the west. Scorch our names in the dirt. They're calling us in. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Build an empire. Take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. This is what we've been waiting for. They don't know we've been keeping score. This is our destiny. Can you hear the calling? At the end of the world, where will we be? Immortality is calling. Speak our names forever. Eclipse the world together. Gonna build an empire. Gonna build an empire. Gonna take the world by fire. Gonna build an empire. An empire. An empire. moving slow is what we know. If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know. Would you let me know? White noise on the telephone, fall asleep to TV shows is what we know. Gets too comfortable, no space for the tangible. We get lost in the virtual. Are you less alone when you're logging on? If you're coming over, I just wanna be real with somebody like me. If I tell you how I'm feeling, would you say that you want me? Cause I'm so sick of all the noise, all the back and forth. Just wanna find a still place where I could go. I lose myself, I cannot help it, I'm emotional. Oh, if you feel like this, would you let me know? Would you let me know? Please let me know.
And welcome back to the Williams Invitational. My name is Williams the Fourth, and this is a little bit of a pre-show. Like actually, our production is ready. We were supposed to be stalling before the NA production got started, but we've got Megaphone Frankie.
A
We've got
magician doesn't
Shido.
show their hand, brother. Jeez.
And we got Shido.
We can stall. Tell them we're stalling. But yeah, all right. Keep going.
Yeah, so and so Shadow will be joining me on the first match coming up soon here. But I just wanted to set the table a little bit before we get into the action state. And I think I don't want to say this until this gets confirmed. But we think that we actually have our full top 16. I think like Shadow
Already?
Did you think that? Like I think you heard the news that was it Region that made it out, or was it Empyrean?
Region, they've been on a tear, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Region made it out. If my ears don't mistake me, I got to sneak in for some details in the staff chat earlier.
Wow.
All right. Well, that's where I was going to
been
start.
on a tear, man.
Yeah, they have. Yes, they have. So that's kind of where I was going to start, actually, because I just wanted to make sure we go over the top 16, and also they kind of set the table a little bit for today's action. So we had a little bit of a scheduling thing yesterday, and that's mostly on me. I didn't communicate the times and all stuff effectively. So what we did is that we basically shifted our entire schedule from Saturday to come in for today. So that means that we're actually in top 16 as opposed to top 4 for today. So I know people were expecting it, but we're still going to get down to a champion. We've got ourselves, we've got Landlords Gaming, we've got MI Blizzard. We're going to cover as many games as we possibly can this afternoon, and I want to thank everyone for being patient with us and sticking with it. But here is your top 16. You've got Solstice Pyra, you got Reno Empathy, that's going to be a match. You've got Cryogenic versus Anxiety, that's going to be another match. Avidity and Pogfish actually played yesterday, and I believe Avidity pulled that out. So Pogfish is already out, and then we have the Oracle Hydrus, or the Oracle Death match there, which is going to be a team kill here with Oracle Hydrus and Oracle Draco. Next, on the other side of the bracket, we have Lo-Fi Aim, we have Kong, Lo-Fi Aim and Kong, so that's going to be an interesting matchup. We have False Appearance Void versus the Weird Squad. Now, I'm looking forward to that matchup because I've heard on good authority.
Good one.
on good authority that those two play pretty well together. And finally, not finally, but then we have Bird Society Chickadees versus Tier 3 subs. But unfortunately, Tier 3 subs had to drop from the tournament, and so Bird Society Chickadees is already one step closer to our grand finals and getting into the money match here. And last but not least, the team of Super Euro beat the favorites to win it all, Initial Drift versus Regen now. So if that's the result, that's going to be that matchup down there. Now, I know some of the teams. Yeah, I know you both know some of the teams. And I'm just going to ask for just a quick favorite, real quick, between both of you. So I'll start with you, Frankie. Out of that top 16. So yesterday, I think you picked Initial Drift to kind of win it all anyway, or at least get into the knockout. So that prediction came true.
I might have. I mean, listen, I'm kind of psychic. It's just look. I got to be honest. I had a math tutor in high school, Bart Ratu. And Mr. Ratu said to me, he said, a man should always go with his first choice. All right. And let me tell you something. That has served me well a lot more often than it has not. Don't recheck your work, but don't second guess yourself. So Initial Drift, you said they got forward. The artist formerly known as Attack Mode. I can see them winning it all. But on that note, I gotta say, Tangerine was really raving about Cryogenic yesterday. And
the Dark Horse.
I got to be honest. Repeat that, please.
He said that it was a Dark Horse team. That it was Cryogenic.
I got to be dead honest with you, Will. I think they might have made me a believer yesterday. LQD with his Widowmaker plays really good DPS. I keep seeing this shot that he made out of nowhere with a Widowmaker with split-second timing. He scored a headshot on an opposing May, if I remember right. And right away, that set the tone for the rest of the match where they steamrolled their opponents. And that's not even getting into the clean tank plays that I have seen by way of Neb. All right? His Zarya is a thing of beauty, my man. He knows when to take... Me or Neb?
Yeah, you've done your research.
Well, I was watching the match. Let me tell you, I always say, I'm not, one of the reasons why I play tank is because I don't have to worry about aiming, okay? I may be a lousy shot, but the tank doesn't need to worry about hitting people. Neb knew when to take point. He knew when it was his time to absorb the shots with Zarya's barriers. And then that took aggro off of Reinhardt. And the opposing tanks from, the other tanks on the team. And he knew when to step back. Zarya's, her power was maxed out, and he was able to take pot shots with the alternate fire. Cool. And it's just, I really think that despite how good LQD was at picking off the opposition, finding his opportunity to strike, Cryogenic would not have been able to have as much momentum as they did without Neb. And I know I'm putting them over so much, but should. I really was that impressed by Neb's Zarya. I really was. And if it wasn't for, I really think that Neb was the glue that held that team together. And that again, not to put him over too much, right? Because when you think you're invincible, that is when you are your most vulnerable. That's another Frankieism you can take to the bank. But I can see Neb being the glue that holds Cryogenic together, and him doing what he does best. Yeah, may be their key to winning this tournament, or at the very least, jobbing to Initial Drift in the grand finals.
So hold on, Frankie. So before we get too far into this, let's give Shadow a little bit of time to chat here. So Shadow, what do you think? Like, what do you think of a like a team or favorite moment or something along the tournament lines?
So, if you've ever seen me cast, I'm not a stranger to the meme. I'm a big fan of the nano boosted Hammond. I do think it's the most powerful character in Overwatch. But I'm going with the best name, Bird Society or Bust, baby. Bird Society or Bust. I think they're going to be coming in big. Couple of familiar names there. Hawk Waffles, Zetsubu. a couple players that I have seen, walking around the hallways. But nice, short, simple, best name on the bracket. I think they're gonna take it all the way.
Wow.
That's it right there.
Wow. So I was gonna say I didn't want to like lock you into a prediction towards the end of this, but if you want, if you want to put your name on Bird Society Chickadees, well, at the very least, they're 1 win closer, right? They're already into the round of 16, or sorry, the round of 8. Actually, they're in the round of 8.
Can't
now.
lose if you don't play. Can't lose if you don't play.
Well, here's one thing I do want to say on that note. They're not playing while others are playing. So that might cool them off. The adrenaline might wear off.
Flip side of the coin. They get to scout. They get one whole round where every single team that advances on stream is going to have to show a little bit about what they got. And they have yet to bring anything out of the closet. All their tools still stuck in the toolbox.
Alrighty.
My man.
I think that's going to be a big factor coming into to round 2.
I have no rebuttal to that.
Well,
I can't argue with science.
Well, again, for myself, I stuck behind False Appearance Void on the broadcast yesterday, and to be honest with you, considering the path that they must go, right? So False Appearance Void, their first matchup is either Lo-Fi Aim or Kong, and then on the other side of the bracket, again, one team is already gone, so they either have to beat Initial Drift, right, to get into the grand finals, or so I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna go against you, Frankie, a little bit here. If you don't have to commit to the initial. I think I know what your thing is going to be. You're going to stick to the initial drift pick, and that's 100% fine. And Shadow's going to stick to Bird Society Chickadees. So like all of our picks, including mine, which is False Appearance Void, are all on the same side of the bracket. They're on the same side of the bracket, which means one of us is going to be wrong, like dead wrong, towards the end of the afternoon.
This is true. So I mean, look, I know you probably didn't want to lock me in right now, but remember what I said right at the beginning of this. A man should always go with his first choice. It's one of them. Yeah. Like, it's just a man should always go with his first choice. I got to stick with the girl the proverbial girl I came to the dance with. I said Initial Drift. I'm doubling down, but I'm with my good friend Tangerine that Cryogenic is the dark horse. Okay. I can't sleep on them, but I can see them jobbing to Initial Drift at some point.
Alrighty.
I shouldn't say jobbing. That would be too. I think they'll put up a fight.
I mean, we're already mixing all sorts of genres here on the program. Here we got the FGC, we got Shadow, in the horns, and the Houston Outlaws fan, and probably I forget what you do for the Houston Outlaws, but obviously you are a Stan Supreme over there, But either way, you heard it here first. Frankie's gonna go with Initial Drift. Shadow's gonna go with Bird Society Chickadees. I've got False Appearance Void, and if Tangerine were here, he probably would back Cryogenic towards the finals. So I think Cryogenic's on the other side of the bracket, but we'll see what the results are going to be. So, by the way, thank you to everyone tuning in and sticking with us this entire afternoon, and all the schedule delays and everything else that would happen. So, we're going to try to finish this out today. Today's top 16. Well, actually, if you want to be really technical, it's down to top 14 at this point. And so, we're going to see what the rest of the bracket. We already have our broadcast, which me and Shadow will be gearing up to play next here on this channel, and then we also have our matches on MI Blizzard, which I think they're doing Cryogenic versus Anxiety right now. And then also
that's going to be a good one.
On Landlords Gaming, let me see if I just check in real quick with them. They are doing... No, they're not. Well, I was going to say they should be live, but okay. So I think they're doing Lo-Fi Aim and Rolling Run. Well, no, actually, they're probably not live yet. So anyway, MI Blizzard is live right now, so you can go check them out as well. And then you can check me and Shadow up coming in the next couple of minutes. But either way, for the both of you, final thoughts... anything you want to leave us with? I'll start with Shadow this time, so that way, because I know Frankie was probably going to say.
Short and quick, like I said, I think Bird Society Chicks are gonna take it all. But big ups to all the teams making it to the top 16. And I'm excited to see what you guys got coming forward.
Absolutely, and Frankie.
Look, I know I'm saying Initial Drift, but Cryogenic, prove me wrong, make me a liar. I won't be against it. But we've had a lot of good action today. But as I always say, as Frank Sinatra said, the best is yet to come. So
the Jersey Boys.
Sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a wild ride.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Top 16. Welcome to Championship Sunday. We will see you on the other side of the broadcast. For myself, for Frankie and Scheidel, and the Bird Society Chickadees. Oh, man. Thank you for playing the role. We will see you later on in the afternoon. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll talk to you soon.
What you let me know.